you know, is there such a thing as black culture? Because I have certain people that come and say there's no such thing as black culture, and that lit the room on fire. So I went with the flow of the conversation. And then what had happened was, the room went for 6 hours, there was a lot of speakers, it was a great room. And then went to the left, after I left, of course. I leave to go live my life. I'm getting text messages left and right. Bro, you gotta come to politically correct. They're calling you a sex trafficker. They're calling you a racist. I'm like, wait a second.
What?
That's my friend's house. That's my friend's house. There's no way they would disrespect her by disparaging me.
Hey,
there's no way they would do that.
Hey, there's Africans and people on this app from the diaspora that say there's no black American culture because they want us to tie everything and romanticize everything about
We're getting
Africa.
derailed. We're getting derailed though. Like,
they want us to romanticize everything about Africa, and we don't have to. Yeah, we are descendants. We do have some descendants from Africa.
JD, though. That doesn't have anything
I don't give a fuck. You're just trying to talk over me, and you're not doing it in here. You're not doing it in here.
Your piece. Your piece.
I didn't cut him off.
You did.
Ma'am, let me.
No, I didn't.
Your piece. Let me finish.
You just want to see me dance like the rest of them bitches on the dark side, and you won't see it, nigga.
I don't want to.
Your piece. Hold on. I want to have the dialogue with your piece. So your piece, here's the deal, bro. They can come after me. I don't give a fuck. I've been called worse by better people. I was just disappointed the way it happened, right? First lady came into the room. She got right on her box. She said, we're not doing that here. But the problem is, that room had been running for a while before she got back in there. And the shit that was being allowed to be said. So you can say what you want about me, but if I got something to say about you, I'm going to say it to you. That was some fucking...
And we can be black without including Africa, bitch.
Bruh, your piece, come on, man. Like, you're derailing, bro. Like, what is this?
Let me go to CO because, CO, are you there?
You know, I'm back and forth. I know it's an important topic for a lot of reasons, but I'm here, JB. What you got, man?
Well, here's what bothers me. One of the things that bothers me, CO. Come after me. Leave this house alone. There's no... Man, it's so crazy to call this house racist, right? I don't know, man. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I mod you because you come from a certain part that I'm not part of, right? Your political leanings are different than Anthony's. That's why I mod the both of you. It's a good balance. I mod Nye because she brings total balance. I mod King not because he's my friend, because he brings smoke, he brings fire. But to have to answer, why did you mod this guy? Why do you mod that guy? Man, shut the fuck up. Let me run my room. If you don't like how I run it, get the fuck out. There's the leave quietly button on top. But what really bothered me was the people that come in here and sing Kumbaya with us, CO, and then they go to another room like, yo, JB's a coward. He won't come to the stage. JB's a racist. JB's a sex trafficker. And you dummies fucking believe it. You run with that shit. What the fuck is wrong with some of you people? You love this crash out. You live for this shit.
Hey, can I ask you, why is Salmon saying that the old mods of this house suck? Why doesn't he come up and say with his whole chest, like, who sucks? I'm gonna fight him up. Bet you ain't got the boss. Well, there you go. Who are the old mods that you have a problem with? Because I don't even think you've been on this app fucking long enough to even make these comments.
Yeah, there was some old mods.
Name them.
I don't remember, because they suck, basically. I don't know. Why is that so?
Are you talking about like conservative and conservative man? Like the original?
Is this how they were never mods.
And trained. We gave her a
There were mods in this house, bruh.
Okay, there was a guy who was like a conservative Jewish guy. He was gay, and then like halfway through every topic, they'd be talking about.
Judge?
That was,
they'd be talking about.
Hold on. That was Bren. Hold on. That was Bren. So you don't like him because he talked about gay sex?
Well, it was never the topic. It was like you come in to like talk about a topic, and they're talking about sucking dicks and stuff.
Are you one of these people that's so fragile that if you hear somebody talking about sucking dick, you might get a fucking taste for it and go suck one, and that wouldn't play well in your circle of friends? Is that what's going on?
No.
I'm entitled to however I feel. If you got a problem with it, that's on you, right?
I think your sexuality is suspect.
That's a stupid opinion. Everybody, like, you're talking to a heterosexual man, and I'm supposed to.
Then why are you so uncomfortable when people talk about
listen to
Hey,
sucking dicks? That's
yeah,
like
so
the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
why does that make you so uncomfortable? I'm a
It doesn't make
heterosexual
me
man.
comfortable. It's not something I want to.
I know it makes you uncomfortable.
Disclaimer.
Why does it make you so
like
uncomfortable?
Fred, I'm
Because
sorry.
I'm heterosexual. I don't want to hear about sucking dicks.
But I'm heterosexual also. Do you?
No, he's saying that because Brent is gay. He knows.
So
Wait a minute. If you didn't want to hear about sucking dick,
If
why
he wants to talk about gay shit,
If you did not want to hear about sucking dick, why wouldn't you leave the room?
He should put that in the title. And
But why wouldn't you leave the room quietly?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, bro. If I heard some gay shit that I didn't want to hear, I would just leave. I would not sit there and complain about listening to some gay shit.
Simon, hold on. Brent's no longer
First
part
of
of
all,
this
you
house.
invited me up here.
Hold on a second. Take a breath, bro. Brent's no longer part of this house. You don't see Brent opening rooms anymore.
Well, that's
Right?
my
Listen,
yeah,
this
that's
is what
my
happens.
opinion. Why is Mojo
This-
so
this-
upset?
Well, Mojo's entitled to his opinion, but let me say this. Houses have to evolve or they die. We have to move around the subject matter, else it dies. It becomes echo chambers. I could talk about Trump every day. I could talk race relations every day. I could talk about IDF every day. But we have to evolve or we die. Brent's not part of the house anymore. Brent opens his own rooms and spews whatever he wants to spew. But I want to go to Sweet. Sweet, what's good, bro?
Oh man, you tell me. I'm just hearing you say.
You tell me you come to my stages, come to my stages and you give me fucking hand jobs. You're doing such a great job.
Hand job.
JB.
Correct this hand job conversation,
Yeah, I'm not great shit. You're a fucking fraud.
Hand job.
You're
What the hell do you
fucking fraud.
mean? What do you mean by a hand job,
What part did you not understand, you fucking fraud? I know you hate white people, and I know you hate Jewish people because I've heard you say it. I think it triggers you that this cracker in the corner says what he has to say. That bothers you, right? Shut the fuck up, you're a fraud.
Hey, can we not say hand jobs? Hold on, sweet.
Hey, let me talk, man.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, you're not going to talk while I speak. Okay. Listen, I would have given you a chance to speak. I was the one that invited you back up, but you want to talk while I'm talking. That's not going to work. I just want to caution everybody from talking about men giving men hand jobs while Salmon's here, because Salmon might get excited, and we don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let me say this, and I said this earlier, Mojo, before you came in. I could deal with the racist and the anti-Semite. I could deal with all those people. I could deal with the haters. What I don't like is people that talk out of both sides of their face. They come in one space and they sing Kumbaya. Then they go in another space and say, yo, JB, if you weren't a coward, you come to the stage. Really? Okay.
Can I talk again?
All you do is fucking talk. But go ahead.
Okay. So let me just recap for those that weren't involved with any of this today, and just for the record. CEO was, when I came in the room this morning, there's nothing new, by the way, for JB to have a room talking about black issues. Let's establish that. That's why JB
Does it bother you? Does it trigger you? Does it trigger you, sir?
Carmelo,
Does it trigger you?
let me know when I can finish my statement.
You ain't never gonna finish in my space, you piece of shit. But go ahead. Does it trigger you?
Okay, so I come in. When I first person I heard talking was CEO,
Okay.
and CEO was talking about Anthony
Uh-huh.
and the kind of character and the kind of person that Anthony is.
What kind of character and person are you? You have
And
no
that's what was
integrity.
going on.
You're a bitch. That's
So,
what's going on. You
the
have no
whole
integrity. You have no integrity.
So the
You
whole
don't even
room.
know how to. You don't know the definition of integrity.
Let me know when I can
You don't
talk.
come into one space and fucking talk shit and fucking. You'll talk when I'm done, sir. Because I heard you talk. I heard you talk about that to Jews
I don't
and
know
white
why you
people.
didn't go up on Patty's stage, bro, and
Okay.
defend yourself.
Okay.
I don't know why you didn't go up there. They were talking all that. I wasn't saying shit
Why do I
about you.
defend my? You ain't
I don't know
talking
why you
shit
didn't go up
about
there
me.
and defend yourself when they were
I don't
talking
have to
shit about
defend myself.
pedophilia and all that shit. I don't know why.
I don't have to
I don't
defend
know.
myself. You know why? Because I don't answer to lowlifes like you, motherfucker. I'm a real dude. I'm the real deal. Believe that. People want the truth until the truth shows up. So take your fucking anti-Semitism, your racism, and go somewhere else. Go gaslight another room. I've showed you grace and respect on my stage. You, on the other hand, are a fucking snake. And I'm calling you out on it. And you know what? Many people agree with me. So how about that? You bring up Anthony, you bring up CO. Let's focus on Sweet and the hypocrisy that comes out of his motherfucking mouth. How about that? See, you don't understand, bro. You haven't been around me long enough to know me, bro. I'm not the motherfucker. You mistake my niceness for stupidity. I'm far from stupid, and I'm far from weak. So take your shit and take it on the high. But to call this room racist, call this house racist, me racist, you fucking idiot. Let me tell you something. You can sit here and cry all day about the black plight in America, but when an ally shows up, you stab him in the back. Right? You don't want an ally. What you want to do is you want to punch down on people. Because you have that agenda. Let's punch down on somebody that tries to help us. Fuck you, dude. You're not welcome in my space. And all these guys that kicked you out because Mojo wants you to stay. I don't know why.
Nah, Jay, get him the fuck out of here.
Here's the truth.
He don't want to ally. He just wants to tell a lie. You see how that go?
100%. Here's the truth, Craig.
Bar.
That's a fact. Here's the truth. Guys like him, and I know people may not agree with this, are more detrimental to your own community than I am. Hello?
That's a lie. I mean, that's the truth. Because I've heard.
Guys like him.
Listen, have y'all seen the Chrisleys that just got out of prison?
Hold on, your piece. Just let him land. Just let him land, sis.
Let him land. Let him get his shit off. He don't even be like this, so let him get his shit off, man.
He don't. I'm just saying, I just want to reiterate that I've heard JB talk about a time when he was in prison that he admitted that he saw where a black person was being mistreated. The Chrisleys, when that guy got out, he said the same fucking thing. When he was in prison for tax fraud, he got out. The first thing he says, they're not treating black people the same way in prison.
Of course you better say that. He has a black granddaughter.
Oh, hold on.
I'm just saying, but is it true or is he doing it for propaganda?
Hold on a second. I don't know what he's doing. I think it's definitely true, but please let me finish on saying your piece. And I'm going to say it again. And this might trigger some of you people, and that's okay. But people like Sweet are more detrimental to their community than the cracker in the corner is. You know why? Because I'll hear you while he talks over you. How about that? It's either his way or no way. He wants to take somebody's black card because they don't agree with reparations. Fuck you, dude. I'm never going to disparage somebody's lived experience. Anyway, I'm going to take a 2-minute break because I've been ranting for a minute here. I want to welcome Nye to sit. Nye, I love you, man. You're one of my favorite people on this app. Even though we don't always agree, let me tell you, you always balance me out, and I appreciate you.
Listen, I appreciate you. I had noted in the comments, this is probably one of the best houses on the app. And despite the conversation, that's what I appreciate about this room. The diverse personalities, diverse conversations, the points of view. I'm glad that we get a nice, varied mix of voices that come on the stage. But I think it was Dr. Adams that said something earlier that I 100% agree with. And Adams, if it wasn't you, bro, I'm sorry if I'm putting words in your mouth, but to paraphrase, I think it was you. You know, you were telling JB to kind of be careful how you navigate on this app. You never know when there's some agents.
That was me, because that's exactly what happened.
Exactly, and I agree with that 100%. I find myself, this is one of the only houses where I really like being in here. Some topics, I'm like, okay, let me chill, let me be quiet, let me not say what Nye really wants to say, because I've already been threatened in one of my other rooms. A big personality on this app came into one of my rooms and threatened me and threatened to end my career and end my life, and all because I said something about his friend, The Rock, and it was the celebrity, right? That's how tripped out and crazy some of these people are on this app. So I agree. You have to be careful what you say because you never know who's listening. You never know. I think I heard Mojo say recently that somebody is in anonymous mode in the audience recording.
Recording is always in progress on Clubhouse. I think Roger said that the other night in the MILF. You should always assume that someone's recording you.
Absolutely. Yeah, someone hit me up once on the back end and was like, listen, they know somebody on this app who goes into every room when they can. I don't know how true this is, but I was tipped off that someone on this app goes into every live room when they have free time and records every room.
Yeah, I'll just tell you guys something now, if I could just jump in.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Literally for an hour in one of the other rooms, they literally were talking about that guy. They went to the person's page, and for some reason, I think there were like 10 phones on the table. He was streaming the phone calls and streaming the people with all the names and the faces, and putting the voices on the live stream, and then putting it on a YouTube channel. And this room and all of your beautiful faces on YouTube. And they literally went through the conversation. Why is he doing it? What's his name? Who is it? How many people is it? Clubhouse Anonymous. So yeah, these conversations in this clubhouse is just a very interesting thing. And hey, JB, man, just on the real, my man, look, I feel you, and I feel, you already know, I feel everything you're saying, man. But like, I'm trying to be funny, JB. You take on some of the thorniest fucking issues in the game, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of the conversations that I've heard over the past several weeks, I'm telling you, man, they're not happening in the context and the way that they happen here on the news and other places, man. And I know who you are, and I know what you're about, and I appreciate your story of endurance and resilience. You're an authentic dude. You try to treat people right. You're human. But at the same time, man, these perilous waters, man, is why people don't get into these conversations. These are complex things, and you take it on like a fucking champ, man. So it's some shit that comes with the territory, maybe a little bit. But man, you can't throw the towel in because a couple of haters are on the sidelines, man. Because this is that territory where you're doing what you gotta do, and if you ain't and living at this level of the game, if you're not bringing in a extreme amount of hate, you're doing it wrong. Because you're going deep into the lion's den, my brother. You know what I'm saying? So stay the course, my man. You got a mission. I don't know what it is, man, but there's something positive and productive that you've done, and somebody that's been listening somewhere has learned something that's altered their life, man. So just, stay the course, my man.
And I agree with you, CEO, because I've even had people in our community say, why is he doing these rooms? Why he doing that? I said, you know what? These are the conversations that a lot of motherfuckers are scared to have. White folks, fragility. At least he's bold enough to have these type of conversations. A lot of white people, they are scared as fuck. At least he got his balls. And he'll at least have a conversation. You're some scared motherfucker and want somebody to have fragility for you. Oh, I don't really understand racism. That's the black fatigue I get. Oh, I didn't really understand that was a racial undertone. Oh, I'm crying because of this. I'm so tired of that shit. I like white people that stand up, they acknowledge the wrong shit, and let's talk about it. Period.
Thank you.
Hey, JB.
Hey, Pockets. Did you want to jump in, hon?
Unless you wanted to say something real quick, I'll go after you.
No, it's fine. I'll go after you.
Okay, because I just wanted to, hi Roger, hi Adams, I just wanted to say, back in season 1, Adams, I don't know if you remember this, or Roger, I don't know if you remember this, but season 1 was...
Really, Pocket?
Yeah, oh, hi Craig, my guys!
I was about to say, I can't forget
Craig. I don't know if you guys remember, back in the day, season 1 was when, it was really hard for white people to even come into rooms and speak on shit. I used to be threatened. People used to call my phone. They found my addresses. People are fucking crazy, but they would wake up at 6 a.m., man, talking about white people or white supremacy all fucking day. So it just amazes me that people are like, white people can't talk about this. They can't talk about this. But we're being spoken about till the damn sun comes up. So it's just, to me, I think it's important that we do live in a country where we are allowed to speak. If you got haters, you're doing something right. JB, I feel like if you don't have 10 haters by tomorrow, you're not progressing in life. So I feel like it's really important to talk your shit and don't be, just scared of what other people are. Just talk your shit. We are allowed to speak about what's going on. A lot of people don't even know history. So it's important that we speak about what we don't know, what we do know, and the misconceptions of history. So I feel like it's important for all of us to have these combos. Because then you know what people think, how they think. I'd rather know if someone's racist than not know that they're racist, or know if someone's prejudiced.
Pockets, that's exactly what I said earlier. I got smoke for racists, anti-Semites, haters, all that shit. But the real smoke is for the people that talk out of both sides of their face. The fucking hypocrites, right? You got something to say to me, bring it to me. Come to me. Let's have the conversation. Let's talk like men. Let me just say this real quick, and then I want to welcome some new speakers into the room. Mojo and I disagree on probably 60 or 70% of the things. Like, I'm pro reparations. Shocker, guys, you got a white guy that protects pro reparations. Holy shit, and I said it out loud in the public. Mojo doesn't agree with it. But we're still good friends. I love this man. Every time I open the room out of respect to him and him empowering me. We don't have to agree, but let's have some fucking respect. The people that talk out of both sides of their face, I'm not cool with that. I shout out politically correct every single day to try to empower them. They come in my space, I treat them to a fucking filet mignon. I give them a bean and I treat them with respect. I go into their space, I'm called a sex trafficker, I'm called a liar, I'm called a racist, my house is racist. Let me tell you something, this is the truth, and I know this to be a fact. I do hold rooms that a lot of people are afraid to hold. Because I want to understand, I like to understand how people think. I try to understand, because I got you, Dad. I know you were mod in that other room. I got you. But when you start punching at your allies, yeah, there's a problem there. What's up, Dap? I see you unmuted.
Yes, I know you're not referring to me because we don't really know each other like that. I'm a mod in that other room that you just referred to. So, I don't know the young lady, because I'm an older dude like you. I don't know the younger lady that...
Wait, hold on, sir. I'm vintage. I'm not old, okay?
I am a vintage older dude like you. So, the younger lady that put that sex trafficking shit in the other room, I don't know who that person is. I don't know you to be a sex trafficker. I only know because of Roger. The Mojo, I don't know if that's a Roger on a new PTR or a new account, but that's what Roger picture used to look like. I know this was Roger room. I know you took over from Roger room. I used to be in the goo. I used to make comments in the chat, whatever. So, it's like this. Yes, I'm a mod in the other room, politically correct. I don't know you from coming in there, JB, but you're cool. Me and Anthony is cool. Anthony left. Some of the other people in here, they know I'm a mod, especially Pepe. I'm in other rooms. Yes. So the situation is this. I don't have a problem with you, JB. I was defending you even just 5 minutes ago. Even 5 minutes ago, JB, I said, I don't know JB as being a sex trafficker or whatever else they were calling you. I said, to me, JB is cool. They even took me off of my mod badge and dropped me to the goo because I was telling a young lady to relax. And I was trying to talk to her from a different level of perspective, but they weren't hearing what I was trying to say because there's too much estrogen going in there at times. So, for me, because I'm realistic, so I asked the motherfucker, I said, so, alright, so if he's supposed to be on the level of a sex trafficker, right? So, the person who put it in the chat, the other mod, I asked the person, I said, oh, did you open this room because of what was going on in the other room? Because the person that was top left, she opened the room after what was going on in here because we were all in the room earlier. So, because we were all in the room earlier, I asked that question. The person flipped on me, and I asked the person, I did say, yes, we were all in the other room, and then you opened this room. The person literally flipped on me, and then start to say, no, she didn't open the other room because of this room that was going on earlier. And then she started to go into a whole bunch of other type of shit. And then they kicked me out of the room. So they kicked me down to the goo, and then they kicked me out of the room. So JB, hold on. So JB, I was sitting here trying to ask a certain level of concrete questions as a man. Because, like I said, all that female shit that going on sometimes in the other room, it be some different level of type of shit. When as men, we trying to get the grounded, realistic what's going on. they opened the other room basically because of what was going on here, but they didn't put the topic. So, yes, I do not agree with some of the things that Anthony was saying earlier, and I said it. I don't have no beef with Anthony. Me and Anthony is very cool. But some of the things he was saying, and I'm not even a born American. I wasn't born here. I'm from a different country. But yes, I came here when I was an early teenager. I align with Black Americans. I grew up in New York City like all of half of you on this motherfucking stage. We all aligned with each other, even you too, JB, because you Jewish. I align with a lot of Jewish motherfuckers too. We all basically the same. We always going through the same shit. At the end of the day, we all got oppressed and all that type of shit. Yes. So for me, when they talking sometimes, it's a lot of whole bunch of misconstrued, dumb, low-level bullshit that be going on sometimes between all of you. To be frank, get over all that fucking bullshit they raised you up here in America. They fucked your head up.
What makes you question
fuck a lot of you guys head up, yo. I'm coming from another country. Yo, you want me to be 1,000 with all of you? They fuck y'all head up. They really do. They really did. They fuck your head up.
That's your perspective. But let me ask you. I'm going to ask me 3 concrete questions that you want to know about me. What questions would you like to know? Because I'm going to be honest with you, sir. Here's my opinion. Whatever questions you have, and I'm saying this respectfully because you came respectfully to me, it's really none of your business. Anything outside this app is nobody's business. Just like whatever you do in your personal life is none of your business.
Backpedaling!
See, it's funny how this app, everybody has a crystal ball back into the past.
I'm doing my personal life. What are you talking about?
Let me finish. Whatever you did in your personal life is none of my business. See, I volunteered my past to people. I didn't have to do that. I did it as a cautionary tale for people. But people like to weaponize that. So I say this and I'll say it again. Anybody wants to call me a sex trafficker, go with the sex registry, a sex offender registry I'm registered in. Because if you're a sex trafficker, that's a lifetime of registration. But they can't because I'm not a sex offender. They'd rather grab the lowest hanging fruit.
Well, why do they get to have selective morality?
I'm here.
Why do you get to have selective morality, Dabs?
Who made
I'm
up
asking
this
you a question.
bro?
I'm asking you a question, Dab. Why do you in that house get to have selective morality when it comes to putting up a measuring stick to somebody else's lives? Why do you does that house specifically have that character flaw amongst the people who run it?
Well, go talk to the main.
Right, but you have a whole married man modding on your stage who's cheating with 4 different men on this app. Why don't you guys open up a room and gossip about that? Why don't you check your own people?
Hold on a second. Hold on, Dap. You gotta let me run my space respectfully, man. I'll get back to you, I promise. But I'm gonna tell you what happens. Right? I'm gonna put a headshot on it. You ready? I've said some things that people don't agree with. I get it. It's a social audio app. We engage with each other. But then you get pieces of shit like Robbie Boy, down in the VIP section, who likes to talk about my past because he's so obsessed with it. So obsessed with my past. By the way, for you people who are new to the app, that was season 3. We've moved on past my past. Right? And I'm going to say it again. People like Robbie Goulet and the Goulet Mafia, like he likes to term, this piece of shit, right? He labels his friends and family as mafia. You're more detrimental to your community than I ever could be, you fucking idiot.
And we don't give a fuck about your fucking criminal past history, because guess what? A lot of us I've been to jail.
JB, let me say something, brother. Hold on, because he just mentioned my name.
I went to jail before, bitch, for aggravated assault.
Let me say this real quick. As I messaged you in the inbox earlier, JB, as I messaged you in the inbox, my name is Robert. First off, let me say this, Jason. My name is Robert.
Your name is Robert.
That's number 1.
Your name is Robert.
My name is Robert Gillette. My name is Robert Gillette. So again,
freedom of speech,
we gonna speak. We gonna speak.
Are you
gonna let me speak?
Listen.
Are you gonna let me speak?
No.
Did you call my name, man? You called my name, man.
You're a bitch.
No, you're lying.
You can say I say it to your face.
As I told you in the inbox. If I told you in the inbox,
What you told me in the inbox was you threatened me. Your threats are nothing because you're a nobody. You're a subject that's been spoken on 3 years ago. You fucking.
I'm gonna read you. Again, I'm gonna read you what I said to you today.
Make sure you use your finger and sound out the words, Rob. We know you're slow.
The whole crowd. I'm gonna read the whole message that I sent to him today. This is what I told him. This is what I told him. Hold on 1 second. Just pulling up. Give me 1 second. Get back to my message.
Hey, Rico, I am a little happy.
But yeah, like I told you, I don't get nothing out of exposing you. I ain't going around this app talking about you. That's number one.
See, here's number two, you fucking idiot. You can't expose me. I exposed myself. I went on the app and gave the same fucking article that you have, you idiot. I passed it around myself. What are you exposing exactly? Is that the gotcha moment you want? Oh my God, JP was arrested 16 years ago, asshole. I own 2 businesses now. I own my own home. You fucking wannabe rapper? Your music sucks, by the way.
No.
I listen to it. Yeah, Bray, he sucks. So he can say whatever the fuck he wants. But I'm telling you, guys like him are more detrimental to the black community than I ever could be.
Wait, Jay.
You get it?
Hold on, Adams. Can we play one of his songs?
Yo, JB is cooking right now, man. When JB starts cooking, man, please do not interrupt him, man. It doesn't matter. He don't need no ad-libs. He don't need nobody else around him. Just let him get his shit off,
Mute up.
please.
And mute up. Thank you. JB, let's play one of this guy's songs.
Damn, the fuck?
So I'm gonna have to find it on Instagram and play it because I'm not tech savvy, Mojo. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, because I mean, niggas only feel some type of way because they got a bean. I know that.
Wait, is that the song that he did WAP with Megan Thee Stallion? Is that the same guy?
Yeah.
I don't know who he is.
And here it was. I thought he was just famous for playing Bubba Gump on Forrest Gump.
Look, man, I didn't bring the smoke to him. He brought it to me. Start threatening me. I'm gonna expose you. You know what he said? He just said it. I didn't want to expose you, but you threatened me, you fucking idiot. You're so late to the fucking party, you dummy. I brought that shit out myself years ago. Years ago. You're late to the party, dummy. Go make another fucking rap song nobody's gonna listen to. How about that? Robbie Goulet and the Goulet Mafia. I'm just going to say this, and this might be a little controversial, but here's the truth. When you label your family a mafia, you idiot, do you know how many bad connotations come with that? But you're so fucking tough. The Rob Goulet Mafia, Robbie boy. Shut the fuck up. You're a nobody. You'll always be a nobody. You're lucky I give you a voice on my stage. Now kick rocks and go suck some cock. How about that?
I just want to say, like, JB, when I just want to say,
edible, yo.
hold on. When JB came out with that and told us his the story, I remember I was fucking in that case, dude, like investigating. I was.
Pocket, we read it together. Like we literally read it together, Pocket.
I literally spent $50 to try and find JB on a sex offenders registry list because I was in that case, dude. I was so invested.
Wait, what did you find? Did you find
nothing?
Jay, we read the whole case, Jay. We read the whole damn case.
Anywhere, and I literally
it was crazy. I can't even believe that you were arrested. So to be honest with you, people
that put this on him. That's what I want to know. Who's
the idiot that lost an argument? You know how it goes, Craig. The same reason why I got clipped. The idiot that loses the argument. They'll go and do this weird back channel shit. They'll call for people to be mass reported and try to silence people, as opposed to just having a strong argument. So I mean, we've seen this fake outrage, Craig. You know how to count what? 369.
Yeah, exactly.
369 to be exact.
Yeah,
exactly.
Don't dismiss. Hold on a second. KK, don't dismiss the charges. How about the fact, and let me speak to the black community. I know, KK, you have half black children, so you speak for the black community. But let me ask Craig, let me ask you a question, respectfully. Do you believe that when a black man gets arrested, they overcharge him? Do you believe that?
In every single case? No, I think there's some situations where it happens. Okay. I don't think it's all the time, though.
But I'm going to say this, Craig, check this out. Well, let me say this. It's not just black people that deal with that. They wanted me to rat, and I wouldn't rat, so they overcharged me. Now, if you don't believe that, people, that's your fucking problem, not mine.
Conspiracy. My baby daddy did 8 years in federal prison because he didn't tell on somebody.
Lil Kim went to jail for not snitching. Lil Kim went to jail for not snitching.
My kid's father did 8 years in federal prison charging with conspiracy because he didn't tell on his niggas, his homeboys. And he knew about the whole drug orient thing, whatever they had going on, but he didn't tell.
Let me go to you, Imperial. Imperial, how you doing tonight, man?
It's good, yeah. You know, it's a different thing when you're dealing with the races, though, support system, right?
Oh, listen, bro. You've been in my rooms. You know how I feel about it.
No,
And some people won't agree with the statement, but the crack in the corner is telling you systemic racism is real and is definitely real in the court systems.
Yeah, but it goes all over. You know me, I'm the one with the white mother. You know, I go in these rooms, I get caught. You know, your cracker mother and this and this.
That's systemic racism.
You know, but here it is, it's side by side. You know, but I don't take that. You know why? Because I have thick skin. Okay, I learned the word nigga from white men calling my mother nigga lover when I was a kid. You know, so I don't. That's why I don't play racism on any level. You know what I mean? And when people start talking, you know, my business partner, damn it, 15 years, he's a Jew. Okay, so like I said, at the end of the day, racism is fair. You know, it's a big thing that I stand on, and it goes all over. Like I said, people, you know, life's too short for them. Yes, that's my big problem.
Honestly, Imperial, that's probably one of the most base, real things that I've heard a person, you know, basically say. Like, people complain and say, oh, well, you say these things about black people. Listen to what they said about my mother. Am I going to have more loyalty to my own damn mother where I came from in between her legs, or a fucking black community where I'm more inclined to be robbed by those people as opposed to my mother who gave me life? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
All right, let me jump in here. Thank you. Dab, hold on one second. Because I want to welcome YB to the stage. YB, what's good?
Yo, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, man? You said some polarizing things the other day, but I let you speak. I didn't shut you down and say, what are you talking about? You're wrong. You can't talk about your own people that way. It's crazy the gatekeeping that goes on this.
Wait, hold on. Jay, after you're done with that, I want to call out that bubblegum person calling us white trash while he has sex tapes out, okay, of him doing porn and fucking bald-headed white men in hotel rooms. So, the bubblegum, why don't you come up and explain yourself after Jay's done having a conversation with this person?
Thank you.
Go ahead, JB.
Well, here's the thing I don't understand. And let me just say this. How the fuck do some of you people know all this stuff? I don't look into any of you people. I take you for what you say on the stage. Yeah, once I leave the stage, it's just bizarre to me. But YB, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just chilling right now at the crib. Hanging out.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What is it? What's the topic? Fake tough guys, racist, pseudo intellectuals come get me. Yeah, you know what, JB? What's so wild is the one person, I think his name was Rob Gillette, the shaving. Was it shaving cream?
Robbie Goulet.
Oh, Gillette? I thought it was Gillette. Like, okay.
No, that's the Walmart version of that, bro.
Oh, it is? Oh, yeah. See, I don't go there.
Great value.
It's dangerous. They got women with like fuzzy slippers and bonnets and shit, so I can't go there. It's not safe. Yeah, JB, it's so crazy to me. It's like when you say something that people don't like or you don't agree with them, they like to use that word racist like so loosely. And I don't think you've ever used those like anything that was like racist against people on these stages before, JB. So it's crazy how people just like they have this fake minivan that they want to call people out on, and it's false.
Well, thank you, YB. Let me just say
it's really hilarious. Like, JB, you might say something to where they get offended because they don't like what you said. No racism at all, but it's because, if they just say it, everybody else will believe it. And I think that's the biggest issue on this app, which is why people get clicked for stupid shit.
Thank you, YB. Let me say this, man. I don't know, for those of you who've been in my space and you really pay attention to how I move around in my space, right? A lot of times I'll say, hey, I'm going to step away for 5 to 10 minutes. Do you know why I do that? Because I like to let the other moderators take control of the space, because this is their lane. This is CEO's lived experience. This is Nye's lived experience. This is King's lived experience. This is Anthony's lived experience. The cracker in the corner knows when to stand down. But the cracker in the corner is also the one that opens the rooms to give my friends a space to talk. Let me tell you something. There's a young lady on my stage right now. I'm not even going to attempt to say your name again. I know you told me 20 times. AUZIA. You people want to learn something? Follow this young lady. One of the best speakers I've ever met on this app. I've been on this app 5 years. AUZIA, how you doing?
Can you tell us how to pronounce your name, please?
I think it's Azaya. Azaya?
It's Azia.
Azia, damn, I fucked it up again. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
How you doing?
It is a nice name, though.
Thank you. I'm doing good. I'm just listening. I wasn't there earlier when all of this happened, so I'm just taking it on.
So here's the thing. I threw so many flowers at this girl the other day. Wow. And I got so much smoke for it. How dare this cracker compliment her and say she got a nice PTO? How dare this cracker say that was one of the best shares I've ever heard on this app? How dare I do that? Crackers aren't allowed to compliment black people. That's some crazy shit to me. That's crazy. And here's the truth, and this might be a polarizing statement. Go look in your hallways and look at some of the titles you got going on. In this space, we have a conversation. In those spaces, you have echo chambers. You have people disparaging each other, talking down to black women. That's the realest real thing I can say. And anybody disagrees with that, by all means, say something now.
No, amen to that.
I disagree.
Well, listen, Lucifer, I'm in no mood for your God shit tonight, so go to the audience. Go ahead, Nye.
No, what I was going to say, I was thinking that very thing earlier, but I didn't want to say it and, lose my black card. But I was thinking earlier, listen, this is one of the few spaces where black folks can come together, agree to disagree on issues that aren't about black women attacking black men and black men attacking black women. You go into the hallway, and most of the titles with blacks as the host, not all, but most of the titles are something about black women this, black women that, black men this, just black people hating on each other. And this is one of the few spaces that just happens to be hosted by a white dude, ironically, where black people can come in here, it gets spicy, but guess what? We're not attacking black femalehood and black womanhood. So I appreciate that at least.
Thank you, I appreciate it. YB, hold on a second. Let me go to Tall Lady, then I want to say hello to North Jersey. Wait, hey, Tall Lady, how you doing?
I'm good. I just came to the room and I was like, let me hop on here because the topics are always good. I'm not on here a whole lot anymore. And so, yeah, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Tall Lady? Because you and I have always had a good dialogue, and I respect you.
Sure.
I say that sincerely. And I know you don't speak for everybody. I'm just asking your opinion. Is there an issue with the cracker in the corner here? Is there an issue with white people holding black spaces?
Well, I've always gotten in trouble. Well, I'm lying. I've had challenges in probably the past 6 years.
Hold on,
being a white person.
Is she black?
No.
You're not black?
This happens. No, ma'am, I am not.
Are you Asian?
What the fuck is going on?
I'm kidding.
I'm just saying, he said about black spaces, so why the fuck? I'm just trying to get some clarity.
First of all, let me just say this, and I won't take up any space.
Adams, I
okay,
didn't
no, hold on. Tall Lady's my homegirl. Tall Lady, follow me back. Okay, I got clipped. She has black children. This woman is very much so in black culture, and I would argue to say that she's probably more black than a lot of people up on this stage talking about being pro-black.
Not more than me.
All right, so I'm going to ask you your piece. Is there an issue with a white man holding a black space?
No, but sometimes if they're gaslighting, I feel you're really genuine. Like people that hold black spaces and they're like playing and gaslighting, they just want content. Yes, I think there's a problem with that. But I think you hold your spaces for one because it's gonna get people coming in. But I think too, you really want to know, and I think that you already have somewhat of an understanding of some of the things that black people have experienced. Do you know wholeheartedly? No, you're not black.
But she's raising black children. Blackness is a part of her legacy. You do practically understand that though, your piece, right? Like we're not talking about some woke Vicky chick ahead.
Hold on.
Oh, you're talking to JP, though.
Hold on a second. So let me go to give me 1 second. Hakima, you there, Hakima?
Yeah.
I hope you're not in the Matrix, man.
Oh,
No, I can hear you. So I know you have issues sometimes with my rooms, or how I run my rooms, or the subject matter. But does it bother you that I open up spaces? And by the way, I don't open up spaces with the intent for it to be a black conversation, by the way. That's really the truth. What I usually do my titles is which community this, which community that. It just happens to flow to the black community because they're the ones that'll speak on their community. But if Jews came to the stage, Italians, Australians, I wouldn't give a fuck. We can talk about their community too. But Akima, you think it's an issue that I open these rooms?
I mean, I wish you wouldn't. I mean, not just you, but I wish you would handle it differently. If you did choose to, like, get more balance. I know you, like you say, you mod it for different reasons, but like, I'm sorry, first I'm gonna say a name because they're not here, but like to center themselves with their opinion, and it's just like it goes on for all night. It repeats itself, so it gets kind of cringe with some of the people how they center themselves on the topic. But I'm just not a fan of racial theory. When I was modding the health debate sometimes. Like when I got left the room, I would not let it go to race. Like I just wouldn't do it. I mean, I'm just not a fan of race rooms because they not there for a genuine purpose most of the time.
Well, let me ask you.
For you, but
let me ask you a question. Do I moderate a good space? It's just yes or no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you moderate a good space. You moderate it's effective. I mean, it's way worse moderating going on that goes on. I wouldn't say it's too much better moderating going on, but it's definitely way worse. You run an organized space. I mean, for what you're doing.
So when we have these other spaces where let's keep it real, where they're calling black women bitches, they're calling them hoes, they're saying they come from broken families, whatever the fuck they're saying in these rooms.
That
so I think that doesn't know what, and you know what? And did I move Anthony down 3 times today?
Oh yeah, I'm saying right. I'm saying, but you that's part of his country though. To jump on black women, they got diseases and things like that. Adams also, he said that's where he goes, not just here. He can talk about black women a lot, but
Thank you, Hakeem.
Can I say something, Jay? Just because my name was brought up, I'll be very quick. I'll be very, very, very quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Hakima, do you know how many black women that I've helped in burdened circumstances, just from being on this app? While people listen to the things that I say on this stage, people don't understand the takeaway and the impact that I actually leave people with on this app and doing business with them off of this app and actually changing and helping people in bad places. So, it's really crazy to me how people want to say I go after black women and X, Y, and Z. Hey, I left my family on Christmas to actually go and help a black woman from this app who was struggling, who was absolutely struggling, okay? And helped her go and put her life into a positive direction. So, it's really crazy to me how people want to say that I drag black people and I say this about black people. Listen, y'all are not following me with Kardashian cameras behind me all hours of the day. Y'all hear a very, very small segment of my life on this app. Let's stop the fake outrage.
Thank you, Adams. I want to go to Dap's been trying. Why, I got you. But Dap has been patient waiting. I'll come to you next. Dap, are you there?
Yeah.
Please don't chew on Mike. Finish eating. I'm back to you.
I'm not. Hold on.
Okay.
So, I was in here when you threw out Anthony based off of what he was saying. JB, I'm in here when you're defending certain things when people accuse you of hosting these type of rooms because they think you're a racist when you're not. I'm in here with a lot of things that go on. I'm in the group.
You're also chewing in our ear.
Motherfucker, shut up. So I think that auntie, mother, daddy, uncle genes kicking in. So, JB, I don't have an issue with you. I was in here earlier. I listened to some of the things. Like I said, me and Anthony, we chop it up. I like Anthony. I don't have a problem with Anthony. Some of his talking points I do have a problem with. But at the end of the day, I don't have a problem with you because you do defend certain type of things as a Jewish New York City Jew. JB, I came to New York City. I came to love a lot of people. I grew up in New York City like we did. I came here. I'm not born and raised in America. I'm not born in America, but I came here as a teenager. Like I said, came to New York City. We all connected a certain way. We all got a lot of issues. We all know what New York City is about and the East Coast. So at the end of the day, JB, you cool. You good money to me. Some of the other people in there, CEO and why I'm in the goo, I listen to some of you when you talk. Yeah, y'all got money. But earlier I just did not respect what Anthony was saying when he was saying about Black Americans. Black Americans is cool. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Black Americans, they're not poor, destitute. They're not. Just cut it out. A lot of the things he was saying, I didn't appreciate.
Okay, but he's not here to defend himself. And let me say this, right? I don't agree with 90% of the things he says, right? But he said something politically correct that was probably one of the smartest things I've ever heard him say. And people are so fucking dumb they fall for it. He said, I know what I can come off my mic, and I know how to get you guys to come, each and every one of you to come off your mic and say what I say. And that's brilliant. He's playing you guys. You guys are playing checkers. He's playing chess. Yeah, he knows exactly what this. Let me finish. I got it. Dap. You said that 50 times. I get it. But here's the thing. You people really need to start paying attention and hear what people are saying instead of just listening to what they're saying. He's playing you people, and you're all falling for it. The truth is this. Hold on, Hakima. Let me finish, please. I believe he don't believe 90% of the shit he spews. He likes to center conversations. I'm well aware.
I said that early in the room, JB. I said that to them early in the room. I did say
thank you, Dad. Dad, Hakima wanted to jump in. Yeah, Hakima.
I was gonna say he say that he do say things that get people off the mic, but you could do it to him as well. And you called it out earlier when he had talking. His chin is, but all I gotta do is say, boom. I ain't got to say him. He's coming off the mic. So he can be triggered just as well. So he's not as much of a genius to give him the credit for, but I definitely did that to him all day today and got him off.
Well, Hakima, let me say this. And this applies to some people in this room. Not you, Hakima, because I don't believe you this way. I find it fucking hypocritical and funny as fuck. I'm sorry? What'd you say?
Oh, that was an accident. Sorry.
It's okay. I find it funny as fuck that a lot of people will poke the bear and then they get shocked when the bear bites back. The victimhood on this app is historically incredible. Everybody likes to hold on, Adams. And that's really the fucking truth. People will go in the chat and say the most egregious things you could possibly say, and then they wonder why. Wait, did he just call me a monkey? Why would I sit back and say, listen, I'm gonna keep it real. When you say disparaging things, don't cry when you get the smoke in return. People are hypersensitive on this app, right? You can't say certain things without expecting a response. Have a little thick skin, just a smidge. I've been dealing with what I'm talking about tonight for 5 fucking years. My skin is like a rhino. But you're not gonna fucking call me a racist when that's the farthest thing from the truth. You're not gonna call me a sex trafficker because that's the farthest thing from the truth. Bring receipts, bring facts, and we'll have the conversation. Adams, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, it's again, it goes back to the fake outrage. I will never forget the day yesterday. Minky, of all people, was calling a black man the N-word. Did anybody move Mickey down to the goo? Did anybody call for Mickey to be mass reported? No, they didn't. So again, it's all selective bullshit. It's a game that a lot of people like to play, and I'm not falling for it anymore. this whole, super sensitivity where you cannot say anything that's labeled as anti-black, yet these are the same type of people accusing everybody which way under the sun of cocksucking, being a fag, and all this other bullshit. So again, you want to call me an expletive, I'm going to call you a fucking monkey.
Well, let me just say something here. And I'm going to say this because you're my friend and I think you deserve the truth. You gaslight the chat a lot of times when people don't even say anything to you. And then you get a response. I've seen it. So,
who, me?
You're going to say, oh, yeah, you.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. At 100%, absolutely, 100% absolutely.
So you can't, though, let me finish what I'm going to say. Don't sit here and say, oh, they're punching down on me. When a lot of times, Adam, the truth is you bring that smoke onto yourself. Now, I'm not saying you're not entitled to your opinion, but there's a way to massage the message you want to get across without using some of the nastiness they use. Because you have to understand, there's people in these spaces, and I'll put a headshot on him. My man CEO, he's pro-black. And when you call a woman a black bitch, he's going to stand up. So don't sit there and say, oh, I don't understand what he's
sure does. CO protects us.
Well, this was also the same person that moved down a mod that you modded because he got very sensitive about his difference of opinion, having nothing to do with calling anybody a black bitch. So, it is what it is.
Adam,
right? So no. What I think is very weak.
I've been clipped over 100 times defending black women, so we're not going to be.
And as have I, Craig, as have I. What I find to be very weak is the same person, instead of calling for people to mass report me because they didn't like something that I said outside of their fucking feelings. While it's very funny that other people are able to make slurs and expletives, in front of the same person, yet, the fake outrage is against me. So, I hear where you're coming from, but miss me with that shit. CEO, you are weak. You are weak as fuck. And just like how you were stuttering through that argument with Roger, where you were trying to pretend like you read some law that you didn't even fucking read. Okay? We see you, bro. We see you. You're an op.
Adam,
Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up.
You got caught.
Alright, if you unmute, I'm moving you down. I want to give CEO a chance to stand on the square. That's CEO.
Yeah, I'm so confused. I was like, wait a minute, is he talking about me? So let me make sure I understand. You repeatedly called some woman in there a black bitch. I didn't see it. I'm out in the room. He gets on the mic and says, this is ridiculous. He's calling us a black bitch. This should be reported. And tell me what your problem is with me.
Oh no, when the recording comes out on YouTube, we're going to hear it from start to finish. So again, and you actually threw in some ad-libs in the middle of that. So don't sit up in here and lie like you know how to do very best. Okay, and say, oh, I was just picking up my phone and stop, miss me with that bullshit, CO. The same way that you moved down SIG, the same way, excuse me, I'm not finished. The same way that you moved down SIG when you had a difference of opinion with what the fuck he had to say having nothing to do with black women. What the issue is you don't like constructive criticism and you don't like an argument that's well-researched and more valuable from an intellectual standpoint than yours. That is what the fucking problem is.
Yeah.
No, miss me with the respect shit. Listen, miss me with the respect shit. Stand on your square, bro.
Adam, you gotta let him talk, Adam.
Stand on my fair if you shut the whole fuck up. Because you got the wrong motherfucker. Let me just say something. Dare you?
Oh, now the thug's coming out.
Fake. How dare you call somebody fake? And your dumbass never says anything intellectual. You're always saying lowbrow shit, degrading people, talking about people, cursing people out, calling people monkeys and bitches and hoes. You got a doctor by your name. You ain't beating the fucking school. You sound idiotic and stupid. And me and Mojo had a good conversation. It was about a bill. We talked about the bill objectively. I have no problems with Mojo. You know what I can't stand? Anti-blackness.
Who said you had a problem with him? He ended the conversation before he fully embarrassed you. You're talking about being an expert on a bill that you didn't even bother to read. And you didn't even bother to, now I got him outside his feelings. Adam,
let me speak. I got you. But Adams, I'm not going to bring you back up if you're going to keep interrupting. Let the man get his square, and then you can come back up. Cassie.
Yeah, but he does that. He interrupts. He's irritable. Every room he's in, he's a jackass, irritating people, irritating women.
I can't just let you talk about Adams like that. He is an asshole.
I got one thing that I don't like, and I don't like people who speak anti-black against my culture. You do that, and you're gonna have a problem with me. I can take a little bit objective if it's for the upliftment of my people. I can take responsibility. But if you attack my culture, you got a problem with me. You sit on this stage, you call a woman a black bitch multiple times, and she didn't do anything to you, and you got a fucking problem with me. Bring your bitch ass on. Meet me in the motherfucking streets, motherfucker.
Preach. But you're doing exactly what he wanted. Yeah. You're getting outside your body. He wanted this reaction from you.
Just for him to complain afterwards about the reaction towards back to him. Like, that's what I don't get. If the whole complaining about sensitivity this, sensitivity that, when you've admitted that you do this, that you gaslight motherfuckers into believing that they were sent towards you. Oh, no, not you, Theo. Not you, Theo. I'm talking about Adam. I'm talking about Adam, not you.
Excuse me. Listen, Ricky Martin, this ain't your fight.
Adams. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Hold on. Let me just hold on. Can you guys not hear my fucking voice?
I don't think they give a fuck.
Well, if they interrupt me again, they'll find out. Look, this is precisely, and JB and I had this conversation behind the scenes, like where I prefer not to have conversations about race. In fact, my preference is to talk about ideas and not about identity, and this is precisely why. Even when you get intelligent people on the stage, even when you get diverse opinions on the stage, it very quickly turns into a conversation about person versus person rather than the issue itself. And it's very hard to guide that conversation. I know this from personal experience because I ran many rooms when it comes to race. It's very hard when people have identified in a particular way and then you start talking about ideas, there's this connection that they make that, oh, I'm going to take this very personal. And then all of a sudden we get into an argument, we get off topic. My preference is always to talk about the ideas, not about the identity. It seems to work better to have an intelligent conversation. That being said, we all know that some of the best arguments have been when it got really personal. And for those of you that missed season 1 or season 2, I'm just kind of over that type of communication. So I would prefer to have conversations where people are just intelligently talking about their difference of ideas. And if your ideas are informed by your identity, you could weave that in, of course. I just think that we get ourselves in trouble when we leave it back.
I think you attacked my identity, though, didn't you?
I just called you a closet homo. I'm sorry.
A closet homo, but I'm just saying, if you're a homo, just say that, man. Like, don't be in a closet. If you're gay, just say you're gay.
Tease, man. Stop, please. You make me
why won't you just say he's gay?
Well, it's his business. Who cares? I don't care. I'm gonna be honest with you. But I want to say something here real quick. You heard what Mojo just said, right? He tries to dissuade me from doing the rooms. But he'll stand by me when the smoke. See who's standing next to me on the stage? That's a friend. That's loyalty.
Yeah, but if you're gay, just say that. We're gonna like you either way.
Stop it, please.
Don't be lying about it.
I'm going to ask you nicely. Please stop. Thank you. So I want to welcome, let's welcome Pepe to the stage. Pepe always has something good to say. What's up, Pepe?
How's it going?
How you doing?
Doing all right.
So.
Go ahead. What's your question?
No. I was just going to try to give you a reset, but I want to hear what you've been saying.
No, I actually think a reset would be better, personally. I mean, I've been listening in a little bit. The thing is, like, when I would make the rooms like I used to, like, I was deliberately provocative, though, so we were a little bit different. But, I mean, do you remember, like, anybody who made rooms, they pretty much, people try to start drama with them and call them out and talk shit, and so...
Pepe, let me ask you a question. You think
we said that, honey.
Okay, I'm not dealing with whoever this is. So, Pepe, do you think white people it's okay for white people to open black spaces? Black topic spaces?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. I mean, you see, black people make rooms on this app about every fucking group. Mainly, they do it. It's like internal shit, like black men versus black women, but you do see them making topics about others, so I think it's fine.
XG, how you doing, XG? I'm sorry, Pepe, you want to say something?
I was just saying, you don't really do the provocative ones though, where you're like, you let black people get bullied. So I mean, I don't see why people would have an issue with it.
Oh, I was called a racist today because of the rooms I opened. Amazing.
Oh yeah, and Rob, he's a shit starter. He'll go whenever he sees me in another room where it's primarily black. He goes, oh, you know, he's racist. He says the N-word, and then people like laugh and they're like, oh, Pepe, really? You know, nobody cares, at least because they know I've already done that. So.
100%.
Let me say hello to XG. Thank you, Pepe.
Yeah.
XG was good.
What's up?
You want to jump into the conversation, or you just want to hang with the cool kids?
No, just hang around for a little bit. I just found it a little bit funny, and watch, he's gonna pop off Mike in the middle of me saying this shit because he doesn't know how to have any self-control. But in the middle of it, I just find it really funny that the one person who's always super sensitive about people's reactions towards them 24/7, and the one person who purposely provocates those reactions out of people is the same one bitching about how everyone's so sensitive, how no one has a backbone, while at the same time, you can't say the name Adams without him coming off mic in the middle of your fucking response. And then, well, actually, let me say something really quick, because my name was addressed. And all of a sudden, we're the sensitive ones. Like, if it don't apply, let it fly. Like, it's not that difficult. I just find it real ironic that the one motherfucker who wants to call black women bitches is the same one who has to go ahead and take all their mannerisms and speaking patterns just because they came out.
Got it. So at the end of the day, listen, I'm not pressed about what the fuck you have to say. Unlike you, I'm not worried about mi familia getting deported. So maybe perhaps get off a Clubhouse and help them pack.
I don't know. Are you worried about getting something?
He does need to help them pack. He really
Don't you got 613 weight you gotta go steal? Worry about that.
Don't you have a canoe that you need to steal to help your Mexican family roll back?
It's not a canoe, it's a banana boat.
Oh, my bad. They're going back by shipping container. There you go.
Okay, so can I say something to the titles too?
I'm getting rolled on fucking carpet.
Actually, hold on. I want to go to Isola.
Oh yeah. So the title is pseudo-intellectuals. I mean, well, the thing is that there's one truth and there's a set of lies from that. So if you want the truth of humanity, I have it. Yeah, if you want lies, then give everything up.
You know, we really don't want to hear from you,
Hold on.
Afrola.
Oh, hold on. What I really want from you, Isola, is to take an Uber home and don't drive. Okay, I think you've had too many martinis tonight. David, how you doing, David?
Very Not only martinis, he's probably ate a whole half a bottle of Xanax. He needs to fucking go home.
Got it. David, what's good, man?
Enjoy your spaces and this one too, clearing the air, and it's a good place to be on a Saturday night.
I appreciate you, Dave. Thank you. Welcome into space. So now that I've calmed down, I'm so happy Roger's here because I finally kept going on. I get at least 1, 2, 3, maybe a week. Rumors made about me, my name in the title, and all that other bullshit. I mean, they don't give a fuck. Do it. Haters are the ones that stoke the success. Bring the haters. But at least bring fucking receipts and truth. Don't lie. Isola. Hold on, what's the city saying? JBOAFAG. Okay. You can go in another room if I'm triggering you. Anyway, guys, we're gonna go popcorn style. Anthony, you were spoken on. I tried to shut it down. But you see, there's certain people on this app, right? Like Roger. If somebody says Roger, we all know who they're talking about. Somebody says Pepe, bro, we all know Pepe. Anthony, you're quickly getting into that realm of when people say Anthony, they know who the fuck you are.
So, man, it's all good, man. I'm not mad at anybody. The problem with me is that I don't consider myself black first. I consider myself a human being above all else. That offends people. we live in a world where, you know, identity politics rules, and you know, that makes me the worst type of coon. And it's like, you know, I went to a Montessori school, you know, pre-K, kindergarten, and it was just like, yo, it was just a bunch of different kids from all over. And it's not, I didn't realize I was different, you know, like until somebody pointed it out. But, you know, we were just a bunch of kids having a good time. And I don't think my higher self gives a fuck about color or, you know, this social construct, race. I treat people the way they treat me.
Black.
It's all good, your piece.
Anthony, I'm just asking a question. I'm sorry for interrupting. You're saying
when you said I never knew, no, I said in kindergarten. I went to a Montessori school. If you're familiar with Montessori schools, I don't know if you're not. They have very, you know, diverse student bodies, and there were kids from all hues, like Asian kids, white kids, Jewish kids. It was just like, you know, it was a great experience. And
looking in the mirror, you're black. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Let me just say this thing. Let's have this dialogue. And I'm gonna speak to you frankly because you're my friend, right? And just like you would speak frankly to me. I'm never gonna disparage your lived experience, right? Your lived experience gave you the views you have today. But I'm telling you, bro, some of the things you say come off as disrespectful because you're disparaging other people's lived experience. So what I'm saying to you, this is the realest I'm ever gonna get with you. I'm not saying you're wrong for feeling how you feel. You're entitled to feel how you feel. But I would massage the message a little bit because what you're doing is you're punching on people's history.
So as it relates to what you just said, JB, like earlier today in the chat, I was purposely pushing buttons and trolling. I absolutely was trolling. You know, but what I said on stage, I stand on it and I believe it. You know, it's like in certain people's mind, when Anthony Edwards says there isn't black culture, they think that I'm like eviscerating, I'm insulting blackness. But then they don't hear when I say there isn't white culture either. It's that they stop listening after I say, yo, there isn't black culture. So I did say we can make an argument for African American culture. We could talk about subcultures. When you know, Chaotic, aka Miki, came on, she started talking about subcultures. The very point that I made, she started talking about Louisiana. This is, you know, there were many black people on stage, off the stage, that had no idea about what she was talking about. They could not relate. So I think that when you have like black people, when you have people talking about black culture, it's really like you're doing a disservice to people. You're doing a disservice to like the diversity of people. And same thing with white culture. It's a disservice. It's a flattening of black people. Black people are too diverse to be pigeonholed by, you know, this term, this social construct. You know, like it's this idea.
Let me ask you a question. I get what you're saying, but and I'm trying to massage my message because I don't want to insult you because you're my friend. And let me tell you something. I heard you stick up for me in that room today. That was integrity speaking. So I have a lot of respect for you, bro. Seriously, you could have just stood down and threw me under the bus, but you didn't. But when you bring up black women and STDs, there's no need for any of that, bro. Even if you're trolling.
So, JB, like real talk, man, and I would rather us have this particular conversation, you know, offline. I'm not.
Wait, but hold on, JB. Didn't I send you something the other day about this specific issue? This isn't something that Anthony's just pulling out of his ass. Like, Anthony and I did not talk about that, and I sent you a specific article citing certain certain numbers within the black female population.
But Adams,
is that him trying to do it divisively, or is that like a colloquialism in the science that exists?
Can you talk, please? Hold on a second. If you're paying attention to what I said, and there was no, Anthony, you're right, I apologize. We should have this conversation offline, but let's just tie it up. If you massage the message, people will receive the message. If you come at people and you try to shove it down their throat, and you do it the way you've been doing it, all you're gonna get is smoke and return and disrespect.
But I haven't even mentioned an statistic.
From Adams. Do I have to move you down, bro?
No, I thought you were referring to me, so I was just responding to you.
No, I said Anthony.
Okay, sorry, I misheard that.
Thank you. Anthony, go ahead, man, because I lost my
Yeah, I'm just gonna tie it up real quick, man. You know, JB, like what you hear is, you know, there's some people that they communicate differently. I really would love to see a better outcome for the so-called black community. I would really, and I think that black women hold the key to that. All right, I think that black women, they are in an extremely difficult position, and I empathize with them, but I don't pity them. I don't think pity helps anybody. And I think that if there was one group of people that could have the largest impact on the black community, it would be black women. If black women en masse said, we're not having sex without marriage, we'd see a lot more marriages. If black women en masse said, we're not having any children until we're married, you'd see a lot more marriages. Like, this is...
So here's the problem I have with what you just said. Here's the problem. Hold on.
Can a black woman get in there?
Okay, you're a piece. I can move you down. I'm going to bring you back up, but you just constantly interrupt and screw up the flow of the conversation. I'll bring you back up in a minute. But Anthony, I'm going to keep it 100 with you, bro. It's not, if what you're saying is an issue in the black community, I'm going to give you a peek into the white community. It happens here too, bro. It happens in the white community as well.
I agree with you 100%, but JB, here's what's up, right? So there's a saying in the black community. Like, yo, when white America catches a cold, black America catches pneumonia. The stuff that's happening in the black community is not unique to the black community. It's happening all over America. There are disenfranchised white men that are very upset with their lot in life. This is not something that, just Pearly Things, that white chick, she's talking about like the shit white men are going through. She's talking about shit men are going through in general. No one's saying that that isn't true, JB. But yo, like, JB, I grew up in a black community. I interact with a ton of black people. I'm more so aware of what I see and I'm intimately connected to. So I speak on the issue that I know best. But there's no, like, this, we can't have a battle of ideas. I never start shit. I finish shit. I'm never the person that's the aggressor. I keep my phaser on stun until people come.
Hold on, Anthony. Hold on, Dad. Hold on, I'm gonna come to you, I promise, but I gotta go to Pandora first. And then I want to get your piece back in the conversation, because I do like to go to the ladies. Pandora, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. Long time no speak. And yourself, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
The mic is yours now.
Okay, so I've heard a few things, and I just feel like, Anthony, you're kind of being a little harsh. And also, we are in a male-led society. And I don't like to use the word patriarchy because it sounds like I'm going all the way left, but I'm really not. Like, if the men are in charge, and the men are in charge of our society, and they hold leadership, you can't put all the responsibility on the women. Because even when the women do something, make a change, the men have to be in that conversation. So you can put all the responsibility on the women, but then it's how do you respect the men if they're not going to be a part of the solution? I don't know. I don't know. I just didn't really like how harsh things are, because you need male leadership. We're in a patriarchal society. You kind of have to
Pandora, hold on one second, Anthony. Pandora, are you Naomi?
Yes.
Hey, what's up? It's been a long time.
Hey, I know, right?
Roger knows everybody.
Wait a second, Anthony. I felt a little. I know other people in this room too felt a little spark there. Mojo, you want to talk to this young lady?
I will tell you, Pandora is one of the OGs from Healthy Debates.
Yeah.
She was around in the very beginning when this thing started, and then she got too cool for us. And
I had to get into my political career. I couldn't be on here like that.
Okay, you could have just changed your PTR, but you did get too cool for us and you left.
Yeah, so Pandora, really quick to what you just said, right? Pandora, the unfortunate reality is that the so-called black community is not a patriarchy, it's a matriarchy.
Well, this is the thing. When you talk about something being a matriarchy, that's a societal framework, okay? So you could say things are operating in a, matrilineal fashion or something, but but one thing that I will say is that you have to take in consideration class. So when you say black culture, we're not a monolith, you're right, because every white person isn't living in the trailer park. So you can kind of refine the conversation by saying, depending on class. Yeah, that's true, because I'm black.
That's something I talk about all the time.
Yeah, but
socioeconomics is something that I say that people have more in common based on their socioeconomic status than their race.
Anthony, let the young lady speak, please.
Let me just say that this, and I'll be done. But even within class, we do have our own subculture. So I'm middle upper class, whatever, upper middle class. But we as upper middle class black people, we do our own thing. We have our own subculture. We go to our own churches. We have our own social clubs that we go to. Things that are totally separate from white America. And not saying we don't like white people. We have a problem with them. But we do a lot of things amongst ourselves. We have our own, Jack and Jill, the Links. I just went to a gala, the Links Gala. We have our little events,
Junior League
government.
I'm affiliated with three girls from Jack and Jill.
So
I'm a Junior League girl.
Okay, so I used to do oratorical competitions. I used to, when I was in college, when I was at the beginning of my career, I interned at the district attorney's office with other black people that helped me get connections. So it's just kind of we have our own society, but it's still our black society.
So, Pandora, what's the significance of what you just said?
I just said we have our own black society.
I didn't understand what the overarching point you're trying to make.
I'm telling you, we have black societies and groups.
Yeah, so the lower middle class, that's black culture, right? The middle class has black culture, and you could say maybe we have more in common with a middle class white person than a lower class black person. Yeah, that's cool, I get it, but what I'm saying is that we still have a black culture within a class, and it is a black culture.
Okay, so Pandora, we went from talking about Yeah, just really quick. You're having a little back and forth. Pandora, I think the conversation it's bouncing around. I was midstream talking and you jumped in, and I'm cool to defer to you. It's all good, but it didn't. This you jumped onto this whole culture conversation, and then you kind of delineated based on socioeconomic strata, different types of black people, further making my point as it relates specifically to culture. That we can talk about subcultures, but this overarching black culture doesn't make sense when you hold up the microscope. That's what I've been saying, and you reiterated, but it had nothing to do with the previous conversation. I'm gonna pass it to Dap.
Yeah.
Thank you for.
I just wanted to say one thing.
Let your piece go real quick, and then
I was supposed to go, but you know what? Your piece got it.
Please, and it's just a statement. I really didn't have a lot to say, but a lot of things that this lady just said, Pandora, she talked about Jack. Pandora, can I ask you a question? Are you familiar with Junior League?
Oh, I've never heard of it.
All I'm saying is we're similar to Jack and Jill. Okay, so we're a non-profit organization We're out there in the community. We're doing things in a lot of like improvised area, but it's not specifically just to black. Now, we do have our own subgroup where it's like junior league for color girls, okay, black girls. So we do outside of what we do, outside of the organization, we still get outside, boots on the ground, and go to our own neighborhoods and infiltrate with the same shit that we learned from this 401c3 nonprofit organization. That's all I'm saying. And the people that don't do that and women that don't do that, I don't fuck with them. Because you can get the information, but if you don't take it back to the hood to help your people, bitch, fuck you.
Thank you, your piece. Let me. Danny, I got you. Okay. If I don't go to DAP, he's gonna beat me up. You go ahead to DAP.
All right, so some of the stuff I do not agree with what Anthony's saying, but there's stuff that Anthony says I do agree because I understand what he's saying and I get his point. I really do. So the thing is this, right? So as somebody that I came to America when I was like a very early teenager. So one of the things that I've realized, and I'm not going to, I have so much tremendous respect for America, the culture that's here, because Americans, you guys don't understand. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart as somebody that came here and I connected. They screwed you guys head up. I don't think a lot of you don't even get it, but I'm gonna go to my. Give me a second, JB, before you even come off your mic. Just hold on.
Okay, I'm tired of hearing you, bro. Because I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I gotta be honest with you. I mean, you come in and you just want to derail the conversation. I don't know what your story is, but I'm gonna go to Danny because she's pretty and she's smart. Danny, how you doing?
Good, JB. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. The mic is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you for the compliment. We had this conversation kind of earlier, and I was just like, someone brought up, like, why do we always speak about black culture? Why don't we speak about white culture? And it's like, it's not a conversation amongst white people, because it's like, they know it's not a thing. Like, I really believe, I kind of agree, again, with what I think, oh dang, did he leave? Was it Anthony? Or whatever the guy's name is.
Yeah, he'll be back.
He'll be back. This is like a joke, and the fact that we have this conversation all the time, we get so emotional about it. Like, black culture is like a term someone coined together to just put all of us in a box. Like, kind of Pandora. I didn't agree with everything Pandora was saying, but it's like when she said that there's different things that different type of black people do in different classes. Absolutely. Yeah, so just try to say like all black people do this, or we all are behind this one thing is freaking ridiculous. White people know, other races of people know, like you can't box us all in one box because there's so many different things people do. So many different things people like to do, and and follow behind religion, all of that. It's so broad of a spectrum, like we can't even have a conversation talking about just our group of people. Like, this is so crazy, and the fact that people get so riled up about it. Like, I literally just went into Google and I typed in white culture, and they said we can't really define it. But I put in black culture, and they literally put black culture is African American culture. It's like, whoa. It's like, whoa, and then what is that? And it's just like, and then we break it down. It's like, whoa, why are all African Americans?
It's not the same.
It's crazy.
We've never been to Africa.
I agree, but they put us into this box, right? They want to call us African Americans because in their eyes we're all from Africa, right? In their eyes, we all look like we just got off the boat. So stop feeding into it. Like, this is not I'm mad we're having this conversation still, but we have to talk about it because people are, so riled up. But we have to nip this in the bud, guys. This is crazy. But I'm done. That's all I want to say.
Oh, Danny, to give you a little context, because I think you came in a little late, this conversation wasn't about black culture or is there such thing as a black community? But some people say there isn't, some people say there is. This is really about me being called a racist because I hold spaces and I give black people places to speak. and you guys are breaking code by talking to me. See, there's this code that nobody sees, but we know about. So that's really, and I was just ranting for about 30 minutes earlier about fuck what people think. I'm going to stand on my square and support who I want.
Yeah, I was in that room earlier when that young man went off on you, and I was so irritated. I had to do something else. I couldn't really speak on it. And like saying the white man mask, like when he said get on your, people were getting on their knees. I was like, come on, man, this is crazy. Whether you host spaces or not, like with a bunch of black people, who cares? Who cares? It's not like you're speaking negatively about black people, so why even point it out?
Hey, Danny, Anthony came back.
So weird.
Did you want to address what Anthony said earlier? Now that he's back, I told you he'd be back.
Oh, yeah.
Like that kitten that Anthony's that kitten that you feed that always comes back.
No, I don't even remember. I remember he just saying like this is ridiculous. Like you were kind of agreeing. Like, dang, I don't even remember you going back and forth with Pandora about, you can't kind of put us into a box because there's so many different types of us. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what you said.
I think you got the gist of what I was trying to say. I might not have articulated it as well as you just did, but yeah, I think you got the gist of it.
Yeah, and I was just saying I completely agree. Like this whole black culture term is another way to put all black people into a box, and we're just not that. Yeah. So I was just saying I agree with you.
I appreciate it, and thank you for taking the spirit that I meant it and not getting offended. To me, we're just talking about ideas, but there's people that, they get so angry when we talk about ideas that they want to actually, reach out into your real life and try to hurt you, try to dox you, try to swat you, try to, just fuck up your life. That's what, and you just have some people like that on Clubhouse that are just, really, really miserable. But
wait, let me just say this, Anthony. I get at least, there's no bullshit, just in the last 24 hours, I've gotten 2 death threats and somebody told me I should kill myself on this app. It is what it is, man. The mental illness is real on this app.
Jay, welcome. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. It's very funny that people want to say that I'm pro-black, and I just gave a list of rooms that I ran before this, app turned into what it was, and we were all summoned, from the home workplace back into the office. Let's talk about the room that I had trying to convince, black transgendered sex workers to get out of the sex trade and to actually go to school. Let's talk about, the rooms where we were discussing, long-term care policies, for seniors and how the insurance policies in America and, the underwriting is actually pushing black America out of opportunities to be able to equitably age in place. Let's talk about that room at Bruce's Beach. Goat, that was my room. Goat was sitting up in there, and him and I were exchanging ideas as far as alternative development practices.
Let's have this dialogue, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, Jay, it's fake outrage.
But here's the thing. I'm going to keep it real with you, bro. You can do 1,000 great things on this app, but when you go into spaces and call people baboons, silverbacks, and all these other things that you use, it erases everything you did good. I'm just telling you, you know how this app works. So when you come with that type of stuff, people remember what you're saying and they pay attention to when you talk.
Well, and that Jay unfortunately says more about them than it does about me. Because these same people complaining about inflation, a lack of opportunity, a lack of knowledge, a lack of resources. Well, guess what? I opened up rooms until 2 o'clock in the morning when I had to, have meetings because somebody had one last question that they wanted to further understand a certain political concept that they misunderstood in the beginning of that conversation. Some people could say, yeah, I could be taking a nice vacation to Hawaii. Instead, I donated a copious amount of money, to inner city schools so that they're able to have backpacks, full of school supplies in black neighborhoods where they're being encroached on by Latinos. So it's very, very, very crazy to me how people, follow me, behind my back with a camera every day. They follow my money, they follow my checkbook, and somehow they understand who I am in hearing the brief parts of my workday.
Wait, listen, bro. You're not hearing me right now. All that doesn't matter when you come into a space, go into a chat and call people baboons and monkeys and silverbacks and all these other the nastiness that you say. So before you continue, hold on, Adams. AUZIA, go ahead, hon.
I was just gonna say, Dr. Adams, I don't know you from a can of paint. This is my first time navigating these spaces, and I also don't know you to question the validity of the things you've done for my community. If you've done those things, thank you very much. We need them. But I guess my question would be to you: how are you then holding two truths, this value and this love and appreciation you have for the African American community with your works, but then at the same time, when I look at the messages, I see you saying disparaging things about single Black women. I see you mocking us, and I don't even know you, and none of the things that you've said about Black women thus far even apply to me. So as someone who's a complete stranger to you, how am I supposed to believe that you have my best interests at heart when you can't even keep it clean in the comments?
Well, again, you make a very interesting point. As I relay sentiments about a certain demographic of Black women that does not speak to your existence, I'm not speaking about you.
Well, you're not talking about me, but you are.
There's an unrendered.
You're talking about people I love. You're talking about people.
Okay, so now we're having a genuine conversation. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So my point is, I have family members who are single Black women with children, and I don't understand why you would say disparaging things about them, but then turn around and do good things for them.
Who's saying? Who is saying any disparaging things about single Black women?
I just read a comment where somebody was talking, and you said that person was responding like a single Black woman, and he's probably over there.
From the standpoint of mannerisms, right? From the standpoint of mannerisms, I also said that he probably has his hand on his hip, shaking his hoop earrings and rolling his neck. And so again, what does that have to do? Hey, I grew up with a Black grandmother that definitely did that. So I mean, again, at the end of the day, I'm gonna call it where I see it. Does that speak to a certain type of economic and socioeconomic failure and moral failure? No, it doesn't. What I'm simply deploying is the same strategy. How he wanted to attack me and accuse me of being a homosexual. I'm going to accuse him of being very like adjacent to an irreverent Black woman, to the likes of what we saw on Babs. So again, how is that, what are we doing? What are we doing? I don't hate Black people. So let's not miss me with that narrative. Miss me with that narrative, because again,
you gotta let her talk also, bro.
Go ahead.
Well, what I was saying is, I think for my own peace, I'll probably disengage with him because I think he's dangerous.
You don't have to. You don't have to. And I'm definitely not dangerous.
I actually think he's dangerous because.
Got it.
I'm sorry.
Got it. I use a calculator and a computer, and I wear a suit to work and I don't sag my pants. So I must be dangerous. I must be dangerous, y'all.
Yeah.
Hide your kids, hide your wives. Adams is trying to make America great again. I must be dangerous.
Oh, hold on.
Speaking about buying a Tesla,
everybody, hold on.
That's how dangerous
Hold on. Everybody, hold on, please. I want to go to Danny. Go ahead, Danny.
No, I just wanted to ask, Azia, is that how you pronounce your name? I don't want to mispronounce it.
It's Azia. Yeah, you got it.
Azia. So, what about what he said now makes you think he's dangerous? I didn't get that correlation. Now, why is he dangerous?
I think he's dangerous because he's the kind of white person that says one thing but does another.
He's not white.
He's not white.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is your nationality? What is your ethnicity?
So he won't be dangerous if you find out that he's not white. Is he no longer dangerous?
No. I assumed that he was white, so that's why I addressed him that way. But if he's Black, he's still dangerous. He's just disparaging.
But isn't that assumption dangerous?
Wait. I really want to hear her answer.
I just answered.
Oh, I thought you were still speaking. Okay.
He doesn't.
In
does not.
this room of respecting lived experiences, why is everybody attacking this woman's lived experience in the people?
Nobody's attacking her. We're questioning her.
Yeah.
We're questioning her.
Y'all use the word attack.
So again, if anything, I was attacked by giving an identity that was placed onto me from a standpoint of negativity. All right. So let's not do that,
Let me offer you this. I'll be the first to apologize for assuming you're white. You sound like white corporate people that I work under. So I'm sorry. I did the same thing I thought you were doing, which is stereotyping. I'm not above that. I'm a human being. So I do apologize.
No, but I wasn't stereotyping. I made it a point to point out.
You don't
a
think it's
specific,
stereotyping?
Hold on. I pointed out a specific subculture segment of an identity group that exists in America. I was not stereotyping. You just assumed because of the way that I speak. I was specifically referring to certain patterns of behavior and ideology. Certain patterns of behavior and ideology. I talked about the hoop earring swinging. I talked about, the lack of the existence of the nuclear family. I was very specific. But you just heard my voice. And instead of being very specific, you painted my identity with a very broad brush.
It's not about your voice, it's about the...
No, but I'm just saying.
So first, somebody in the comments said I'm about to call him a coon. I'm not going to do that. I don't speak that way. If you do,
I would prefer that you call me a trash panda.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to call you a trash panda.
Wait a second. I have to ask everybody mute up. Black girl, I got you. Give me a second. Adams, I have to ask you, man. What the fuck is a trash panda?
I mean, it's a raccoon. I mean, don't you see raccoons going through the garbage?
Amen.
Aren't they black and white? I mean, come on.
That's all right. So everybody mute up, please. I want to go to Black Girl. Black Girl, how you doing? Black and gray.
Hi, I'm fine. How are you, JB?
I'm doing great. The mic is yours.
Yeah, Dr. Adams, I thought you told me you were half white.
No, I said that my father is a black American, my mother is foreign. I have consistently said that since I've been on this app. You guys miss a room with my DNA test and the PTR. It's crazy.
Either way, he's not white. But, I just wanted to get back to this in terms of the dangerous part.
Okay.
Hold on, wait. Let Black Girl... did you land your plane, ma'am?
No, he got it.
All right, Azia? Did I say that right, Azia?
Yes, you did.
Thank God. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that any person, especially when we are talking about race stereotypes, right? I think it's dangerous for anybody to hold two truths. And that's what's confusing to me. That you would both want to help the African American community and disparage us at the same time. I think black women have it hard enough.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question before you continue?
Yes.
I'd like to ask a follow-up.
I'll hold on that.
I'm just saying I would like to ask a follow-up. I'm not trying to
dude. Okay, you are though. Azia, yes. Don't you feel what you did with him? And I know you didn't know was stereotyping him.
I did, and I apologize. I'm sorry. Did everybody hear me? Acknowledge my own human nature that I stereotyped him as a racist white man, and he's not even white, and I apologize for that. Did everybody hear that?
Okay, my apologies.
We heard the apology, but you made the same thing. He's saying you did the same thing that he did, though.
Listen. I accept your apology. I don't feel like it was necessary. I really don't. I'm not that petty. At the end of the day, it is what it is. I think that you're an exceptional speaker. I think that you have exceptional points. And I do agree with Jay, in having your presence as being somewhat like refreshing in, just the brain rot and the echo chambers that we hear. So, there's no offense taken. It is what it is. People are going to think what they think.
So I just want to add this last thing, right? So as a black woman who is a single black woman, I don't have any children, but I navigate spaces where I have to constantly be in community with professional white men and biracial men. And I did not mean to stereotype you as white. It's just some of the rhetoric you're saying reminds me of them. And so when I go into professional spaces, they already have assumptions about me and who I am based off of stereotypes. And this is why I say it's dangerous, because people expect me to be a certain way. And so I lose certain privileges due to that in spaces that I need to be able to navigate in safely. And so, sure, one person saying one thing about black women that's disparaging might not be a problem, but in the aggregate, it's quite difficult for us. And that's the only point that I'm making. So if you love us, and it sounds like you do, if you're willing to do community with us and you're willing to help us, I don't understand why you're speaking the way that you are. That's just the question.
Can I answer her question?
Yes, just give me one.
Go ahead.
Faye, are you there, Craig? Some app is glitching. I get nervous when Craig's so quiet for so long. I just want to make sure he's all right over there. But go ahead, Adams.
Yeah. So when Craig gets quiet, I feel like people should be very concerned because that man's about to take over fashion. He's about to take over retail distribution. Shout out to Craig. But here's what I will say. I hear where you're coming from. I totally do. I don't hold any type of vitriol beliefs about black women in the terms of collectively assigning responsibility from a subset of bad acting black women to all collecting black women. So again, I'm very specific in the things that I say. Okay, the mumble
we got Astro in the chat with the N word with zero friends who's
Oh, got it. No, go ahead, David. That's important. Remove that person.
Some of these people need to be removed in the chat.
Hold on. For all you would-be moderators, I want to throw this out there. I've been moderating rooms. I would venture to say I probably, with the exception of maybe the Biblical Smoke Room, I probably modded more rooms than anybody on this app. And I can tell you, the one thing you should stop asking for is for people to be removed so quickly, because what happens when you allow it to stay is you allow people to report it. And so I don't like calling that out but sometimes you guys need to have the obvious pointed out to you. If somebody's saying something that's against the terms of services, just simply report it.
Thank you. I forgot about that.
Thank you, everybody. Where were we? Adams.
Yeah, so I just want to say this very briefly. I don't hate black women, okay? I love black women. I don't think that black women are the bane of existence or the scum of the earth. That's not the sentiment that I'm coming from. The specific subgroup of black women that exist in black culture, not identifying collective black culture, is down bad. I'm talking about the Altima driving, okay, shower cap wearing, no apologetic, having, irreverent black woman. And to be very honest with you, listening to the comments and the sentiments of other black people, they are just as much of a strain to our identity as anybody else trying to act badly and to do bad to our said identity. So I get where you're coming from. I hear that, the second that I say black women, people feel like I'm applying to all black women. I'm not applying to all black women. I'm talking about a certain socioeconomic subset of the black community that has exemplified moral degeneracy, socioeconomic failure, and a deployment of tactics that, quite frankly, demonize white people from the standpoint of not wanting to get equality, but otherwise revenge.
Thank you, Adam. So everybody hold on, please. I want to, Nye, are you there, Nye?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to chime in, or you just want to sit back?
Well, I don't have anything to add as it relates to the Adams. Does he like black women or not? I mean, I find Adams quite hilarious, so I don't know. He's on my Clubhouse friends list, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm a jaded Capricorn, so you know what I'm saying? I like dark humor of all kinds. So I don't really have anything to say about the Adams debate.
That's racist. Don't use the term dark humor.
Well, New York, in response to that, New York.
Ask a question real quick.
When they drag me,
Adams, hold on a second. Ray, did you say something, Ray?
Yeah.
I was worried about you, man. You were too quiet for too long. Okay.
No, my bad. I was just a little busy. That's all. I was gonna say, KK was removed from the room. I just wanted to let you know that. I don't know who removed her.
That would be me because she was taking personal shots at me. KK and I have a long history.
Oh.
So,
okay.
Yeah, and it's not a good one. So if she wanted to come up, she could have came up. But then she starts talking about me, my family, my past, all that other bullshit. I'm not dealing with that. That's why this room was open. You got something to say, stand on each square, come up. Now, your relationship with her, Trey, that's cool. I get it. I respect it. But, she needs to show a little respect to me in my room as well. That's all I'm saying.
Roger that. Roger that.
Thank you. Let me go. CO, are you there, CO?
Yo, I'm here, JB.
And I see you put a new picture up, and you're looking good.
I can't finish speaking before you.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I put the horseback riding in the mountains on there, man. Based on the conversation in one of the other rooms, I think you were in, but You know, man, I'm gonna be honest, JB. It's been a long day for me. I've been multitasking in the background, man. And these conversations, man, they're taxing. It's exhaustive, man. And the only thing I think I will say, to change my mind, is all humans function because of our brain, the way we were crafted and created, and mental health is real, right? So just don't like the gaslighting that people don't realize that they're doing, for a lot of my culture in particular, when they almost base people are stupid for feeling this way, or people are stupid for being emotional, people are stupid for reacting. But these are people's real experiences, man. These are humans, right? They're not just, there's no wand that we can wave and say, get over it. Stop feeling that way. You know, people have some real opinions, man, and there's no way we're gonna punch and shame them from responding the way they do, man. Every human being, man, is just people operate. People are like computers, man. We come into the world out of a womb, and we get programmed. Whether we're black, white, tall, skinny, fat, ugly, pretty, whatever, we get programmed and conditioned between nature and nurture, between, the genetic information that's there, and then everything we absorb and ingest for this world, man. So people aren't just being who they are to spite other folk. I just see a lot of ignorance in a lot of these rooms, man. You know what I'm saying? So I pity the ignorance more than I have disdain for it, right? So I just want to just make sure that we have a beat of compassion. And I hear people always saying, hey, no, you uppity Negroes are cool with me. It's just I hate the low-class Negroes, that baby mamas and when people say that, man, I almost get a headache, man. It's like, I'm trying to be funny. I got cousins that you guys would think ain't shit. I got a bunch of family members that are accomplished academics. I got a cousin that's a pimp. I got cousins that hustle. I got family that's a Buffalo Soldier and a Tuskegee Airman in history. I got some family that's the top of military, family that's the top of academia. And I love them all just the same, man. Got family that's cracked out. Who are we to keep throwing stones like we're above people, man? You know what I'm saying? These are real fucking human beings that we're talking about. Whatever color they're in. I just wish people would have a look. And I guess none of you are religious, because I don't care if it's Buddha, it's Allah, you know what I'm saying? I could, whatever other name you want to do, from the Torah or Jesus, whoever you want to talk about, all of these religions have some type of redemptive quality, right? Where humans are capable of taking what they did yesterday and turning it into a brighter freaking tomorrow. That's why JB, I'm wrapping up. I know you guys weren't going to take it up. I went 2 minutes too long. What am I, a minute and a half now? You can people jump in. I get it. Hold tight. JB should be able to be redeemed from whatever he did, because he's authentic. He's real. And I rock with people no matter what color you are. If you're pro-culture, pro-human, I rock with you because of your mentality. I'm just leave it there, man. I just wish people had more compassion for the mental health of this world going through a lot of tough shit.
Thank you, CO. So, Dad, I know you have a different experience of it politically, correct? Yeah, we run it a little differently. So I need you to start respecting what people are talking. I know what you have to say is more important than everybody else. But I've given. Well, then you need to show a little mic control down here.
Yeah, keep dropping me.
I'm gonna do it before they come up.
Because it's his room. It's his room, Gap. Let him run the room like he wants to run the room, man. You have a couple of good points every now and then, but you keep coming up demanding a D-boy. How do you come into somebody's house and tell them the protocols for the house, my brother? Let's have respect. You know what I'm saying? JB, I disagree with JB on some things. But what I agree with him on is he's real. He tries to run his house with professionalism. In terms of most of the houses, the dude always is trying to give whoever's there an opportunity to speak, even if he doesn't like their opinion. So just let's respect the moderator, man, when we're in the rooms, and have more compassion from the human experience, man. Shit, y'all give me a...
Thank you, CO, man. I can hear the energy in your voice, bro. William, are you there?
Yeah, what's up? How's it going?
Did you want to? It's going well. Do you want to chime in on the conversation?
I mean, I could say this. I don't know technically what season we're in, but this seems like a season finale that's been spicier than any episode I've ever long.
Yeah, you know what happens? I'm gonna tell you what happens when people mistake my kindness for weakness. They take my kindness as stupidity, and then when they punch down on me and I punch back, they're like, "Oh shit, who's this dude?" See, they brought out another side of me. I try to have good conversation, civil conversation, let everybody speak. But when you come at me, expect me to come back. But thank you for that, William. Scooby, what's up, Scooby?
What's up? I'm enjoying the room today.
Just today?
Just today.
Got you. Danny, I know you tried to jump in. Did you want to jump in, Danny?
No, I wanted to say this. It's kind of a conversation. Other people have spoken since Isaiah. Am I saying that right? I keep clicking that.
It's Isaiah.
Isaiah, since she's
It's a beautiful name, by the way.
beautiful. I'm mad at myself for messing it up.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's like, yes, we all go through things. Yes, but when we say things and we allow people to trigger us, and it's not even just like to you, like doctor, like you're not a single mom, are you, Azia?
No, I'm not.
You're not, but somehow you got it triggered. And I get it. You say you have family members and stuff, but it's just like someone putting a check. And this has been something I'm sure everybody has heard. Like, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. And I don't think, yes, people should be, the way they communicate should be, there should be some decorum, right, on how you say certain things. But again, if you give people so much power and you let people, you've allowed people to get you riled up like that, it shows a lack of control, of emotional control. To me, it shows a lack of intelligence. I put on my story today, I was like, you found it offensive, I found it funny, that's why I'm happier than you. Like, that's the type of mentality I feel like most people should have.
I want to have the opportunity.
Hey, Danny.
Yes.
Hey, Danny, I'm going to tap off for a minute. I'm just giving you 30 seconds. Gives you the audacity to ride in on a high horse telling somebody what they should or should not be triggered by. I'm really disturbed by your attitude and you thinking, you don't know this woman's experience. You don't know what trauma. It'd be like if somebody was...
Well, you did the same thing today.
Really did. Go ahead.
You literally did the same thing.
Everybody mute up. Let the man land his plane.
Hold tight real quick. We don't know what people are going through. You don't know what people's lived experience is. You don't know if just today somebody said something to her, or somebody ran over a family member, or somebody, she lost a family member. We don't know what other people are going through. And if I did, just so I never said that I'm perfect. You just see that I lost my cool and cussed somebody out. That I don't even know who they are. So yeah, you can throw stones at me, but it's not making it about me. Just make it about the moment right now, and let me do what I'm saying everybody else should do. Let me do it too. But what I'm saying is, this woman, Azia, just came in and said what she said, and I just said what I said. Please, Danny, please answer me, because you seem like a beautiful woman, super intelligent, and you mean well, but how can you tell a culture or a human what they should be triggered by? I don't get it.
I am a beautiful and intelligent woman. Yeah, thank you. But it's crazy, as you said, I was on a high horse, so I literally have a PTR on a horse high up. But anyway, I'll answer your question. I literally asked her if she's, my mom's talking about, I don't know what she's going through. And I asked that specifically so I could understand if she's going through something, specifically referring to the comment Dr. Adams made. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you guys. We are all going through stuff. You don't know if I'm going through something, but you had the nerve to get off your mic and say, oh, you on your high horse. I could be going through stuff right now. That doesn't determine you responding. That shouldn't determine on how you respond to things. And that you just absolutely proved my point. Responding emotionally to something that had nothing to do with you, right?
There's nothing wrong with emotion. Emotion is cool.
It is.
And emotion. There's nothing wrong with emotion.
You shouldn't be led by your emotions. You're never going to succeed that way.
Tell people what they
That's
should be doing.
successful, and I can say, you say, how dare can I speak on this? I can tell you I'm around successful people. I was speaking first, and you now are interrupting me. You now are interrupting me when I was speaking first.
And they're successful, so don't demonize emotion. Stop telling people that.
When you allow it to dictate, there's nothing wrong with having emotions off this app when you're speaking.
Everybody you named are dead.
What, Craig?
And what's the point? Who said that?
No, I said everybody he just named, they're all dead. So what point does that really prove they're all dead?
It's so irrelevant. Like, okay, like, so what?
Who? I don't even want to know who that is. Go ahead, finish your point.
Emotions are fine to have. I agree. Like when you're talking to your sister, everybody has emotions. Women have them 10 times stronger, in my opinion. Absolutely. But when it comes to having a actual conversation among strangers, nobody, I think, knows anybody in person. I don't think. I might be wrong. You can't let things you're going through and your emotions to be put in a conversation. And again, allow you to be led by them. Right? You have to look at what somebody's saying. Remove yourself out of it.
JB is the host of the room.
Okay.
He opened up the room, and for 1 hour, we empathize and listen to JB's emotions. Are you punching down on Azia? Right, so tell me, why don't you do me a favor and tell me how you really feel, and if you could stand on your square.
Was he speaking on his, let me ask you a question. Was he talking about his emotions or something that actually happened?
Yes, he was. He was talking about all of the above. Something that happened and his emotions.
Something that actually happened isn't their emotions. See, this one.
Who was emotional? I was literally with our facility nurse taking somebody's blood pressure. Okay, and then I came.
Adams, Adam, nobody was even talking about you. So you being emotional and nobody even called your emotional name.
Got it. So was it emotional when you were calling for mass reporting because you heard something or hurt your feelings? That emotion. That emotion.
I was emotional because you called the chick a black.
Oh, so you're admitting that you're emotional. So at least you're admitting that you're emotional.
Hey.
Right. Got it.
Oh, wait, CO, let me jump in here. Let me jump in. CO, let me jump in.
Just one thing, baby.
So he's emotional and not impartial.
Adam, stop, please.
I'm mad at emotional obtuseness. I'm emotional at low emotional intelligence. Let's get our emotional intelligence game up. Emotion is cool, right? We just have to be mature and intelligent about it for whatever it's worth. And Adams, I don't see that in how you handle yourself in these rooms at all. JB, what were you saying?
Well, I'm just going to give you my opinion. Two opinions, actually, and then we can get back to the conversation. My first opinion is, and I said this the other day, I'll stand on my square. Clubhouse needs more people like Azia. We need to hear this voice. Because what she says, and you don't have to agree with what she says. That's fine, that's your opinion. But what she says from the heart. I love this young lady. I think she's amazing. That's my opinion. But I'll also say this. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. We're human beings. So I don't understand. Is that supposed to be like a slight on people? Because CEO shows emotions or I show emotions? I think real men, I think society has punched us down so much and pussified men that they're afraid to show their emotions. That's really how I feel. But back to you, Steve.
Well, hold on. Before you do, I want to address that. So, I am liberal in the chat is saying that that he sees CO in other rooms, saying things that are anti-white. I just want to say this. This feels a lot like the things that were happening when people was saying things about JB when they were on the stage. And so I am liberal. I will welcome you to come onto the stage and say what you were actually saying. I've been in many rooms with CO, and I agree with him on some things, and I disagree with him on others. But rather than just accusing somebody of saying things that are anti-white or anti-black or whatever it might be, why not say what those things are, and then we can have a conversation and figure out if people really believe these things or not. Because right now all I see is a lot of accusatory things that happen, and they go all directions. They come for me, they go for JB. Now they're coming for CO. I'm just trying to understand this. CO, can you help me understand why somebody would say that you're anti-white?
Can I offer some insight after he's done finishing?
Hold on, everybody mute up.
opportunity to respond to
I would love to hear what that is, and I thank you, Mojo, for what you said. You guys have talked about ideas and concept being discussed is the real treasure, and I want to get to that on any day, man. Thank you for being objective. Welcome that person up, because I want to hear it. If it is, let me know, because I've never heard myself speaking in that voice. I'll tell you about my history one day, but I did want to hear Zia respond whenever we get
Well, before she responds, wait. Hold on a second. Let me just say this. So let me say this. People, and just my opinion, have this idea, right? This ideology that if you're pro-black, you're automatically anti-white, because they don't take the time to get to know the person. They really have their preconceived notions. But Azia, did you want to answer the question that was supposed to be?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a quick response to Danny. You know, Danny, I'm not gonna flat out accuse you of like trying to micromanage my feelings or how I process or anything like that, because I do think you make some valid points about not being led by your emotions. What I'll say briefly is that in my line of work, I see Black and brown young women with multiple children. I'm in the domestic violence space, so I see directly how stereotypes of them affect them when they come to receive resources. You know, we have these background channels that we go through to try to get these women help, and I will hear the conversations of my white counterparts and how they talk about these women. And yes, they will disassociate me from them because I'm in front of them and I have a Juris Doctorate, right? But they don't know that those women are the same kind of women that are in my family. So if I get emotional when I hear Black women being disparaged in these dark things that I personally feel, that's just my opinion, are being said about them without context, by the way, of how we got to that place, because we don't spend a lot of time talking about how Black women became the way that we complain about. Yes, I did get frustrated, and you may have heard me be animated at my speech, but I want to make a distinction. That's not me being led by my emotions. I have to sit in front of white men every single day who tell me how the Black woman has no value. And I sit there and smile, and I write my contracts, and I make my arguments, all without getting animated. It's only when I'm at home right now in the peace and comfortability with you all, complete strangers that I don't know, that yes, I allow myself, after 12 hours a day of being reserved, to not be reserved. And I think I owe that. I mean, I think I deserve that, and I've earned that, and I'm not going to judge myself.
So Zia,
everybody mute up, because I got to say something, man. Yo, Jamal, I got a lot of love, respect for you, man. I heard what you said today. You try to stick up for my room, my house, and for me. So I'll punch back at people, but I'm so JB. Man, I appreciate you are honest. That's why I ask people to be honest. So I just wanted to shout you out, man. Thank you for that, really. Get it?
No problem, appreciate it. So Zia, like, is there any room, right, to have an honest conversation without rancor or aggression, but be critical of people's choices and to say, from your perspective, why you don't think this is a good idea? Is there any room for a conversation like that without it being so, like, you know, like, without you having, like, an emotional response to talking about these ideas?
I can respond to that with a question. If I make statements about Black men that are disparaging, and maybe you are capable of it. Maybe you are capable of hearing those things without being personally connected to it. If you're asking me if I can have a rational conversation about areas in which Black women should take accountability, which, by the way, there are many areas in which Black women should take more accountability, then yes, I'm able to do that. But to ask me to remove my identity from the conversation, no, sir, I'm not able to do.
So, like, you know, Zia, like, I try to be the example of the life that I want to live. An indictment on Black men is not an indictment on Anthony Edwards. All right, I'm not. So, like, I don't want to say conceited or have this overinflated sense of self, but there's this thing in the so-called community where people will read a news article and they're like, I hope the assailant wasn't Black. I hope the assailant was. It doesn't reflect on me.
There's nothing like I'm comfortable in my skin. I'm not defined by other people's actions. And you know, like the young lady Danny, you know, she was just explaining to you from her perspective, her approach to the world, and maybe like me hearing, you know, a real controversial person, Andrew Tate, and hearing his approach to the world, that shit might actually make me a better person. And just by conceptually understanding his point of view, it might improve my outcome. So I'm just trying to like, it's so difficult when you internalize anything said about black women as an attack against you. And and I think that this is a huge part of the problem on Clubhouse. Any criticism that really isn't like it, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. But it becomes an attack on you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so I want to validate what some of the things you said about how you've been able to kind of exist inside of the Anthony sphere. You have been able to remove yourself, I guess, from some of the consequences of the nature of the things that we're talking about. And I'm not even saying that you're lying about that and that's not possible for you. I think what I'm saying is I'm very close to my community, and these are the people that I serve on a daily basis. And so I am personally affected, and also I'm an empath, right? And so that comes with working in a nonprofit space. So I chose to take a $30,000-$40,000 pay cut so I can help the very people that we're discussing. So again, the original question that was presented to me, am I able to and this is of course my paraphrasing of how I'm understanding your question, can I remove my identity long enough, right, to erase kind of the empathetic emotions that come with these discussions? And I'm just being completely honest with you, brother, I cannot do that. What I did say is, if you want to have a conversation about responsibility that should fall and does fall on African American women, I am more than willing to have that discussion with you, brother. You know why? I have that discussion with my clients. When one of my clients is on her third baby, with her third baby daddy, you think I'm not having a conversation with her? But then what we're not talking about is how she was raped, how she didn't have a father in the home, how her mother was on drugs. See, we're not having that conversation. So my follow back to you is, if we are going to have that discussion, does it stop with just black women, or is it the system and everything that caused it? And that's been some of my frustration, is that the buck always seems to stop at black women. I don't know who said it. Someone said I love black women, but I think they're the key to changing everything if they would just stop sleeping with men. It's not that simple. Because when are we gonna ask other men also gonna stop sleeping with the women? I know I'm getting far, so I'm gonna land the plane. The point is, when someone asks me about a nuanced conversation, I often find the nuances stop with black women's responsibility, and we don't go past that. I'm willing to talk about it. Are you willing to talk about everything?
So, Azia, and I think, we're actually making progress, right? So, Azia, I have empathy for the young lady you just described, right? But, I don't blame the system. If Johnny can't read, that's his parents' fault. If that poor young lady was brought up in an environment, she was birthed to a mother that didn't ensure her protection, I don't blame the system for that. So what ends up happening is, somebody has this horror story about foster care. None of my family members, my niece, my nephew, none of them are gonna end up in foster care because I'm not letting the system take care of them. They're my responsibility. I'm gonna make sure they're good. I'm not going to blame the system. The system is it's the place of last resort. It's the if all else fails, in emergency, break glass. That's what the system is, and I'm damn sure not gonna blame the system. I thank God that we have a social safety net, but God forbid that anybody in my family has to fall so low that they have to depend on the social safety net.
Can I just say this? Hold on. I just want to say this about safety nets. If you look at people that walk the high wire in a circus act, they have to walk a lot straighter if there's no safety net.
So, Roger, can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think that the provision of a safety net is part of the problem. It allows people to make more mistakes because the system will pick them up. And I don't think we should be fighting for a safety net. We should be giving people the tools to not need a safety net.
I agree with you.
Everybody hold on.
May I jump in?
Yes, you may, Paul. The mic is yours.
Okay, so I think this conversation is amazing, and I have a couple of things to say because I've been listening for a long time. First, I believe any community can get the business from any other community. And what I mean by that is I think any community can critique another community. I am a white man can't jump type girl. And the reason I'm saying that is because Billy Ho stepped in the court and he didn't give a fuck. Like, he was talking shit just like they was talking shit to him. And then the other thing I would like to say is that I hear what the young lady is talking about, and I'm just going to say this completely. I come from Appalachia. My mother had bipolar disorder. My father didn't raise me. I was raised with my grandmother. My uncle was a transsexual woman. Well, a man who was turning into a woman. They were murdered. My grandmother committed suicide. Like, I could list the atrocities in my life. I graduated from undergrad at older with 2 kids, didn't have no car, used to walk to get to school. I ended up graduating from NYU with my master's degree at 40 years old. Like, I come from the fucking bottom of the fucking barrel. And the one thing I have learned in my life is that when we work in spaces of nonprofits and working with other people that look like us or don't look like us, we cannot have transference. Because when the moment we have transference, I'm sorry, none of my clients are me, no matter if they look like me or not. My clients are separate from me. And the problem is that for me, when I hear other people talk about this, is that we have to understand that class is a bigger issue than race. And it makes people very uncomfortable whenever we talk about this, because I can take you to a holler. I can take you to a holler in Appalachia, and let me tell you something, they get down just like the hood does, because I call myself hillbilly hood. So class is a huge issue, and the reason why it's not talked about enough, because it brings people more together than separates us, because they did the same thing within the coal mines and the coal mine wars, is they separated everybody by race and told every other race, hey, we like you more, no, we like you more, but they was fucking everybody. So I think that the race is used as a way to manipulate and to separate us than to bring us together. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. The problem, JB, that I'm hearing whenever people get upset with you is because a lot of people have this idea of benevolence. I think I'm saying the word correctly, with white folks who want to be too kind to black folks. So be like, oh, you just trying to be nice, when I don't even see it like that. And I, JB, I like you. I've been in your rooms. I don't come to Clubhouse like I used to, but and the other issue, I would say this, and then I'm going to shut up, is that all of us are more alike than we are separate. And always remember, it's a political agenda that they try to put on us to separate us. And thank you for letting me ramble.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you. Great share. All right, let's get a new speaker. Jamal, you there, Jamal?
I am. You know what? I wanted to say. What's happening? Oh, you want to go? Go, and then I'm still in the store. I'm in the store. Let him go.
No, I moved him down. He's been interrupting all night. He has this complex, Jamal, because he gets a green bean and politically correct. He can just derail my room.
Well, look. All I was going to say was to Anthony. Anthony has acquired some skills, and this is what I think puts you in a different frame of mind and thought when you do put some skills together, however you do them, whether they're real estate, whether they're medical, whether they're cosmetology, barbering, truck driving, whatever your skill set is, computer science. Once you start to put these skills together, you start to understand how to really maneuver around the country better and build and create things. But you got to put the package together for yourself. And a lot of people have the idea in their mind of what they see themselves, but they won't create themselves. And Anthony is one of those people who put some time in, and that's why it comes off almost arrogant. And I think it's unsympathetic too. That's the way it comes off. But you have put the work in on yourself.
Jamal, let me ask you a question.
But that's the way it comes off.
Let me ask you a question, Jamal. Since you brought him up, and I said it to him earlier, I'm just going to ask you your opinion, because I heard you speak highly of Anthony, by the way.
I have a lot of respect for him.
As you should. He's a good guy. But do you think if he massaged his message, the message would get through?
Absolutely, because the reason why is because I know, like, some of the skills that he knows, I know, and so I know that stuff that if he was a little more, I don't know, softer with it, people would really be able to learn from him, because he knows more about some of the techniques on real estate than I do, and I know a little bit, but he knows a lot more than me, and I know he can offer that to people, and people will respect him even more so.
Yeah, let me just give you my perspective. I think that the reason why Anthony's name gets brought up so much is because he doesn't pussyfoot around and use soft language. I think he says it exactly the way that he believes it. And that doesn't mean that I agree with everything that Anthony says. He and I have disagreed on quite a few things, but we also agree on a lot of things. I don't think he should soften it up. If anything, if this is what he truly believes, I think he should say it louder and even more direct.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. Because one mic's been patiently waiting to jump in. One mic, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's happening?
You want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm always like slow to speak. I like to listen. I mean, that's how you gather wisdom. I would like to commend you on how you run your room. I think you handle it very professional and very fair. And also, I would like to commend Azia. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Azia.
It's Azia.
Oh, okay. Azia, yeah. Azia. I would like to commend you. My hat's off to you. You speak with so much passion in your profession. And, some people may not see it the way you see it. But from my perspective and what I'm observing, is you live what you talk about. And it's okay to talk about it when it is brought up, because the way that I see, and from what I was listening, no matter what you said, you still maintain your composure and the level of professionalism. So my hat's off to you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, Mike. Listen, I said it before, and I'll shout her out again. Everybody needs to follow her. You don't have to agree with her, but at the end of the conversation, I guarantee you will respect her. I love this young lady. I'm glad that she started coming into my spaces. So before we go on, I want to welcome Tiffany to the stage, and then I want to go to Gildas. Tiffany, how you doing? Tiffany, are you there?
I'm here. I'm good, JB. How are you?
You're here, so I'm doing great. Do you want to chime in on the conversation?
I do. Thank you for having me. And so I've been listening for a little while, and I've been commenting in the chat. But one thing that I did want to say is, Azia, I did not think that you were emotional in any type of way. Passionate, I guess always there's some level of emotion because we're human beings. But I didn't think it was elevated in any way. And I think from the exchange between you and Adams, what I really took away from it was that Adams is definitely entitled to his opinion, and it's a real an opinion that he has and many other people have. I think the issue sometimes is that I don't know what Adams does for a living, but Adams could very well be a person that's in a position to influence policy and process and law. And if that is the case, then some of those beliefs have to be questioned in these types of spaces, because they do unfortunately become a part of the system.
Wait, hold on a second. What belief? Like, first of all, I think a lot of you missed what happened here. Adams was counterpunching at somebody that was talking shit to him in the chat. He fired back, and then everybody decided to take exception to what Adams had to say. I think if everybody went back and replayed the entire tape and understood exactly what happened, they wouldn't be saying half the shit they're saying.
I agree totally.
Well, even with you all agreeing, I mean, I still think that the generalization that I heard from him was a generalization. It wasn't, I mean, I don't remember him putting out any necessarily facts to support it. And so from where I came and where I joined, and that's what this is, you come in where you come in and you hear what you hear. And so my response remains the same, that he or anybody else on here could be somebody that influences policy, process, laws, or any of the like. And so sometimes some of those generalizations, when they're made even in some type of short text, could be problematic, or could be some showing of an ideology that just needs to be questioned. That's the whole thing that you guys are talking about here. And the young lady that was from Appalachia, I agree with her. A lot of times it is much more about class, but we get so distracted with race. And so from that perspective, I do kind of agree with Anthony, but at the same time, I'm conflicted about my agreement with Anthony, because here I am, a person that's very much benefited from these upper middle class societies and groups, Jack and Jills and whatnot. So that's all I had to say, and I'll land my plane.
Thank you very much. Gildas, how you doing, Gildas?
Hey, I'm doing all right, man.
Hey, before Gildas goes, can I just jump in real quick and just say that from her lips to God's ears, I hope that Adams gets to influence policy. I've heard him enough on this app that even when he does troll, if you can get past the trolling and you can have an honest conversation with him, I think he's precisely the type of person that I would want influencing politics.
Thank you, Roger. So, that means you're moving to the Republican Party. Gildas, how you doing?
Oh, that is not what I said.
Sorry, Gildas, I was trying to guess like Roger.
Oh, no problem. You know, I didn't get to hear the exchange, so I'm going to let things move past me for now, and I'll get in later.
Thank you, Gildas. Appreciate you. Let's go to J-Lo. J-Lo, how you doing? J-Lo, are you there?
I'm here. How's it going?
It's going great. Do you want to chime in on the conversation, or just want to hang out with the cool kids?
No, I just, earlier you were talking about, I think Anthony was saying that, I came in at the end, but he was saying something like, you know, his family would be there to support, you know, the kids and not to blame society for the way that kids are raised. Did I get that right, Anthony?
I'm sort of paraphrasing. It's fine, though, but I'm curious to know what your overarching point is.
So my point is that, you know, when it comes to the foster system, I have seen things go both ways, and a lot of times it's not the child's fault, and the kid will get put into a shitty foster home. And there's good foster homes too, but it's not their fault that they were birthed into whoever gave birth to them and then couldn't take care of them, be it drugs or you know, homelessness or whatever reason they're being taken care of. So I do sometimes blame society in terms of foster care system, how it's handled in certain states. And that's it. Anyway.
Thank you, J-Lo. Let's go to J.R. J.R., are you there? J? No J. All right, let me welcome Miss Lopez Aguirre. Miss Lopez, how you doing?
I mean, hi. I'm just, you know.
Don, your last name is Lopez?
Yeah.
You're Mexican?
I am. My mother's white, my father is black and Mexican.
No, all right. Hence the Lopez. Continue.
Yeah. So I think but my husband is a Mexican national, born in Mexico. Anyway, yes, we are Mexican as well. Anyway.
Deport.
Deport.
Te amo, mi tía.
Te amo, mi amor. So listen, guys, I think that I really appreciate Azia. I think you're very well spoken. This is the first time I've ever meeting you or listening to you speak at all or seeing your name. So I really liked hearing the back. I think we were getting somewhere when you were talking with, who was it? It was Anthony. I think it was Anthony and then Roger, right? It was Azia, Anthony, then Roger. I think we were getting into the crux of what's going on in the system. And I think people need to not just be so focused on race when it's not a racial problem. It's a problem in all people, in all colors of people, right? So if we took race out of it, I think we'd be in a better place.
Thank
That's
you,
it, but yeah.
Thank you, Dawn. JR, you said you're back, JR?
Yeah, I'm back.
Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing fantastic. Did you want to chime in on the conversation?
Yeah, I mean, when I originally wanted to come up here, it was sort of like the conversation when it was like, I don't know, a few minutes ago, so we're past it. But I did want to know, like, where did the title of this room come from? Did something happen, or like, can we get a quick reset, or
Sure.
is that possible?
So I ran a room. I'm going to try to be concise. I ran a room earlier today. I like to run race relations rooms because I get to get a peek into a community I'm not part of, a community that I've befriended people. I have many friends that are in that community. And then another house opened up a room. Mind you, most of those people were in this room on my stage, trying to scratch my back because I won't say hand jobs. Opened up a room and start calling me a racist, a sex trafficking, all this other thing. So I took some time away. I stepped away for a few hours. I reached out to Mojo and said, I'm going to run this room. And I needed to get some things off my chest. Because, Jay, if you got something to say, step to me and say it. Be an adult. You know? But I'm past that already now because it's been a great conversation we're having. See how that works? I'm such a horrible moderator, but look how this conversation has been flowing for the last few hours. So, Jay, my biggest issue on this app is not the racists, because they're here. Not the anti-Semites, they're definitely here. It's the people that talk out of both sides of their face. They'll come in here, they'll say kumbaya, and then they'll go in another room and call me a sex trafficker. That's the issue I have. But we've moved past all that. We've been having some great conversations.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to Clubhouse. That's what people do. They act like they don't have replays and people don't have ears. So, but, I mean, okay, but yeah, you've always been very nice to me when I've come into a room and to everybody. You let everybody speak, so, I don't know, those people sound ignorant.
Well, like I said, we moved past it. Jay, I don't know if you know Azia. I'm messing up her name. But definitely follow this young woman. She's the type of person, I know Roger's gonna get mad, Bojo's gonna get mad, I say this. But for me, she's the type of person that ties things together. She brings people together.
Shoot your shot. I ain't gonna get mad.
Nah, I ain't shooting no shot. I got no shot, to be honest with you. But listen, I like to also send flowers when they're deserved. I don't agree with everything she says. But like I said, when she's finished speaking, you don't leave with respect. I also said Jamal. Me and Jamal probably don't agree on anything, bro. But Jamal went into that other room. He said, yo, it wasn't even that type of party. And of course, they shouted him down because he wasn't running with the narrative. I don't know. I don't know. What is a cracker in the corner allowed to talk about black issues, black situations? Jamal, tell me, am I allowed to have that conversation?
You're actually not. I think I've been. Roger has changed his name to Mojo. Now I see Roger a lot. I never really correlated both of you guys together. Sometimes I come in, a lot of times it's just you by yourself. I don't know you guys that well, but I have had some debates. I have been thrown out of here, but I get thrown out of almost every room on Clubhouse, so that doesn't bother me. But I do enjoy the conversations that you guys. Yeah, for just being who I am. But no, I enjoy the conversations in there. I like your moderating style, the way that you kind of hold court a little better than some. And I like that when I come in here. It's always a intellectual conversation. Anthony's adds some flavor to the room, and I like Anthony, so I like to come in here. Support you guys, especially when you're talking about political stuff. It's always a good conversation. You guys have been kind of drifting into the racial stuff a little bit. I don't know where your head is with that.
Jamal, let me say this. You're not thinking meet up, bro. Let's have the conversation. Anthony comes from a certain segment of society, right? That people believe what he's saying, right? He believes what he's saying. So for me, it's very important to have somebody on the opposite end of somebody like CO, who doesn't have any ideology comparison with Anthony.
And Mass reports people when they agree or when they disagree with him.
All right, dude, Adams, come on, bro. Stop crying, man. You bring smoke to yourself and then you want to cry about it, please. But Jamal, let me say this, man. I enjoy my spaces. I enjoy the people. The people I mod, there's a reason, like, you see this young lady above you, Nye? Probably one of the best moderators on this app. You know what makes her the best? She knows when to talk, she knows when to stand down. She's fair. But listen, let me tell you something. It's one thing about my room that you can't say about politically correct, and yeah, I'm going to say it. That place has become an echo chamber, and if you're not a mod in there, you don't get no respect. And that's how I feel.
What? That's most of the rooms. It's only a few places that you probably, and I don't even need to shout those out. Everybody knows there's some rooms that flow better than others, but this is a good room. The conversation's always good, and you get to get a white perspective. I like a white perspective. Just like I like Fox News. I like to hear what white people think, though. You know what I mean? Because we talk a lot amongst each other, but it's good to hear, you know. And so my thing, JB, is don't fool yourself, because I've been noticing you guys have been kind of withdrawn and letting the brothers and sisters just speak. But I like to hear your perspective. I'll land right there.
That's just crazy to say, a white perspective. Like, why can't it just be an individual who thinks different than you perspective? Like, why do you gotta bring
It's a white perspective. Yeah. And Roger too. Roger talks a bunch of shit. Roger's got his new cartoon face up now. I don't know if this is a different personality, but Roger be talking shit. You know, and I like it.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't know who Roger is.
That's Mojo. That's Mojo. But Jamal, let me ask you a question. And I'm not doxing him because he says it a million times. You as a black man in America, does it bother you? Or does it trigger you in any way when Roger says, hey, you know what? I have been with more black women than any black man on this app. Does that bother you?
What Roger does with Roger's dick is Roger's problem. I've been with more black women. I've been with more black women than.
Why is it a problem if it goes in? Why is it a problem if it goes in black pussy? Don't be a racist.
Hey! Like I said, hey, I don't have anything to say about that. That's your thing. If they're letting you fuck, it's on them. That's their problem. But as far as I'm concerned, Roger likes to talk shit. JB, you like to hold it down. And you got a girl. I forget the girl's name. but she holds it down too. I don't know. She hasn't been in here in a while. Amy or April?
No.
What is it?
That would be Naughty. She's right underneath the key, but she's next to CO.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. White girl. Yeah. There's all right. It's not Holly, right?
No, not Holly.
Jamal just said all white girls look alike.
He's trying to kill me.
Yeah. There's one that's loud. There's one that's loud.
Just really quick, man.
Good stuff. I'm done.
Your guy.
CO, you say something?
Hey, JB, your guy Adams is in the chat again, going through his.
Yeah, keep crying, Medea. Keep crying, Medea.
I'm a coward. I'm a Medea. Blah blah blah. Look,
if it don't apply, let it fly.
Wait a second. Stop.
Hold on a second.
CO, what's up, Medea? I have no idea what that.
I think he's talking about Tyler Perry. He's just using his normal space, just like he calling people black bitches and hoes and all that kind of stuff, right? What I'm trying to tell you, Adams, look, dude, I know you're emotional, whatever. Look, you called the lady a black bitch several times. She came on and said she didn't appreciate it. She thought it was disrespectful.
Right. You know what? I was wrong. I should have called you the black bitch coward. Right. I should have called you the black bitch coward. Right? Because you're shaking your finger and rolling your neck under them hoop earrings, okay, and that dirty ass freaking camel print.
Adams. See, this is the thing. You come off your mic and you say these things. Now, I'm not saying what he's saying is right, but he's being respectful. When you get this account clipped, you're going to be like, well, it's not my fault. What do you want? I was just punching back.
Oh, no, it's okay. You know, I signed up for Starlink, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
But hold on 1 second. How, JB, what did I say that was disrespectful? I just literally said what this guy said, and my point is, if you call somebody,
I literally text you.
Shut up, dude. Why don't you shut up and let me finish? If you're in the chat calling somebody a black bitch several times,
who cares?
Woman comes on. JB runs a respectable room. He left the room.
You got caught.
Listen. If you come in a space and you calling a woman a black bitch several times and she's complaining and she says this is a good time for black men to stand up, I'm not the one to stand by. I didn't report you. I asked somebody else if they got. I don't even know how to.
Bro, there is a recording of you calling for my mask. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ping Edmund into the room, please. Ping Edmund into the room. You want to do this, CEO? You want to hear a recording of you saying the shit that you claim to not say? Do you want to bring this shit up in here? CEO, do you want to bring this?
Hold on. 3 hours. Hold on.
You're a fucking liar.
Everyone, hold on. Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up for a second. Everyone mute up for a second.
Sorry, Mojo, that was me by accident. Go ahead, Mojo. Roger, we can't hear you. You have to unmute, Raj. Alright, everybody take a breath until Roger comes back. Roger, are you there? Hello? Alright. Man, this shit got spicy fast. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go.
Yes.
Your app is glitchy as fuck, but let me just say this. Nobody needs to ping Edmund. Nobody needs to summons him in any way. Rest assured, he is here. He is always here, and it'll be streaming on YouTube. Now, if somebody wants to get him to play the audio, then go ask him to do that. But he's definitely here. Shout out to John Kitover for Congress, U.S. Congress. I might actually support his campaign.
He doesn't live in the district.
Yeah, John, can you rise to the stage?
That's okay. That's okay. I'll tell you what. I would go and knock doors for him.
That's what I love about you.
Rod, you're not coming. It says he's not online right now.
On that account.
Hey, JB. You kick people
Yes,
out
sir.
of the room. You kick people all out of the room all day, every day for people that you don't like, people who disrespect for you, people come off the mic. Why do you think Adams has such a problem with me? He seems to be a respecter of person. He only punches down on black women and men that he doesn't understand who they are. They might be darker than him, but he won't say shit to you, and you do anything you want to in the room. Why do you think that is? Do you think he cowards to power? Because he's always running his mouth and talking down to the people who he thinks he can get it away with it. But he doesn't like me being in. He doesn't like me being as a mod. He keeps complaining that I put Sig down. You know what I'm saying? Me and Sig are good. Sig ain't said shit since then, and me and Sig have been cool. But he's constantly complaining. Hey, JB, what's your policy if Adams is in the thing calling a woman a black bitch? She comes on complaining the straw. What is the policy there? Is it cool for a guy like Adams to call people black bitches and hoes and baboons and raccoons?
Got it. I see that somebody, consulted with Michelle Obama's, publicity.
Hold on a second, because he was talking to me. Hold. So here's the deal, Theo. And let me unpack it before anybody interrupts. Adams and I know each other for a few years. I've seen different sides of him, let's say. But I'll say this. I don't agree with the rhetoric he says. You heard me say what I said to him tonight, bro. You shouldn't be saying these things. And then when you get punched back, you start crying, you pull my pigtails. I don't agree with it. If I catch it in the chat, either I remove it, or I'll text him offline, and I'll be like, hey, man, you need to dial that down. Because what it does is it derails my conversation. Now, the way I run my rooms is differently than Mojo. He's all about freedom of speech. So my thing is, if I see it, I address it. If I don't see it, and the truth is, for me, CEO, most times, I don't even pay attention to the chat when I'm running the room.
Can I ask CEO a question? And I do mean this respectfully, okay? Earlier I saw someone say something about white bitches, right? People just let you go, like, whatever. So, what I'm trying to say is, do you hold the same energy? Like, if someone were saying, oh, you white bitch.
Absolutely, yes. You can move on to the next question.
Okay. So I just want to, I don't know, I hear people getting so irate over these things. Not irate, but giving it so much energy, right? And I don't think that it's necessary,
Yeah, but with all due respect, let me push back.
I think people can be more mindful. Sorry?
Yeah. I understand. What's your name, Mrs.?
My name's Dawn Lopez, yeah.
Okay, hey, Don, let me just give you an example, right? And I hate to use this as a litmus test, but I tell people all the time, I like how the Jewish community handles some aspect of their reality with their brand and their culture, right? We're in a season where with what's going on with war, the anti-Semitism is rising on a lot of campuses. A lot of friends of mine that are Jewish are real serious about making sure that people don't disparage their culture and to tap down on anti-Semitism, right? So that you wouldn't go to a Jewish person and say, you need to get over it, and just let the people say what they want to say. Let's have freedom of speech. Nobody would do that, right? Because why? Because when you say demeaning things about a culture, it creates an image for people that they can disrespect that culture. Now, I'm not imitating the Jews. I revere their culture and for what they do. I'm just saying, when it comes to my people, I have a set of I have a process. I listen to people. I like this free speech. But if you come into a space where JB is giving me the space to run the room, and a black woman comes on stage and says, you're calling me a black bitch, and everybody's sitting around here caping for Dr. Adams like that's cool, and like I'm the bad guy, because I said, look, if you guys want to report it, and I literally brought someone up. I said, tell everybody how to do the.
Oh, so you're admitting it. So you're admitting to violating Clubhouse terms and conditions.
Holy shit, shut the fuck up.
I don't even know that that's a Clubhouse policy. So if it's a Clubhouse policy, if some jackass is calling a chick a black bitch, and I tell people, then go ahead and use the rules and report it. If that's the policy, then I'm gonna stand on it all day. And if that's a problem in any room, I won't come to that fucking room.
Theo, I have a question for you. Theo, I have a question for you.
No, hold on a second.
Well, I have a question. I have a question. It's a quick question. So is it the use of black and bitch together? If he had just called her a bitch, would that have been better? If he just would have called her black, would that have been better? What is the term that actually offended you?
Wow. So let me. Is that you, Mojo?
Yeah, that was me. I'm just curious, because again, I think what people are missing in this was that Adams was responding to somebody that was coming for him.
Were you in the room, Mojo?
It's on recording. Be very careful.
I just re-listened to it a minute ago. That's why I'm asking. So for those of you that don't have it, let me back channel me and I'll send you a copy of it. If my phone was better, I'd play it for you guys. I guess my question is
being recorded, because I want to know that though. Where is it being recorded? Just because
it was streamed onto YouTube, and so. I can get you a copy of it, but I'm just kind of curious.
Another level of bullshit. But,
yeah. Well, no, I don't like it either. For years on here, I didn't want the replays on. I didn't want people to record things. I wanted people to speak freely, and I would boot people out that I knew did that. Now Clubhouse has created a feature that allowed people to do that. So now now that Clubhouse has done that, there's nothing we can do for people that are going to stream it. And in some cases, it actually turns out to be a positive thing. Because some of the things that get streamed are people that are making death threats, and so this becomes interesting. Whereas, Edmund, is somebody that I typically would say, "Hey, look, you're violating people's consent to be recorded." But now he's figured out a way to take these things and I guess get the truth out of what's happening. This is actually a really minor incursion, this thing that's happening with Adams and everybody. But there's some people out here that are genuinely supportive of terrorist groups, and that stuff's getting recorded. And because of that, I'm as much as I dislike Edmund's disregard for consent, the fact that some good is coming out of it, now all I have to say is welcome to the room, Edmund. But Theo, my question again to you was this: what in the full context of Adams being in an argument going back and forth, why are we isolating for Adams content and not for what was said to Adam?
And Roger, mind you, I was in the chat. I wasn't even on stage. I was in the chat. Okay, I was actually helping a family. Doing my job, and in passive conversations, because I had a very slow, day today, because I had a very, lucrative sales week. Okay, I elected to come on Clubhouse, which again, most of you guys know, over the last year or so, I've not necessarily been present on this app, holding rooms, engaging in rooms outside of my lunch break. How big of you, CEO? How big of you? So again, you took a comment that was written in the fucking chat, and you actually asked people to mass report me, to remove me off this fucking app, despite all the good that I've done on this app. You're weak, all because you lost a fucking argument.
So hold on a second, though. I don't understand your level of delusion really quick, right?
I don't understand your level of stuttering. Keep stuttering towards a point where you're actually making fucking sense.
She didn't interrupt you. Show him the same respect, please. That's CEO.
If you would shut your fucking weak ass up and be respectful. Yeah, so listen. So I only got a few more times to sit on this app, and you hurl pejoratives at me. I think you really think that I'm somebody different than I am because of the way you hear me talk. So please, I'm gonna implore you to tone it the fuck down in terms of how you talk to me in this fucking app. You need to, and I'm not fucking playing. It's not a game. You're not about to sit on this fucking app and talk to me any kind of fucking way. Let's just start there. Cause I just fucking peer. And what I'm telling you is, I didn't see the chat. You keep fucking whining about the chat. I did not see the chat. A woman came on the mic and she said the guy is harassing me, calling me a black bitch, and she said it was you. All I know is that you always call the women black bitches and hoes and gorillas and fatbacks and baby mamas and all of the stereotypes. And I never like it anytime you say it. So it's not necessarily the one black bitch. I listen to Snoop Dogg. Who's short? It's that you consistently degrade black women and my culture on a regular freaking basis. You are the worst offender that I hear in this app. So when she said it was you, I don't know anything about mass reporting. I've never done a mass reporting. I've never even reported anybody on any app in forever. She said, would you black men do something about it? So I want you to take that up with Courtney. Because at the end of the day, you owe her an apology for the way that you discussed and talked about her and to her. And different than Mojo's recollection of it, because I don't know if he has a record, Adams wasn't responding to her. That lady was gentle. She was kind. She said good words. I don't see her just randomly attacking Adams, who has a history consistently of attacking people in all of these rooms. So my point is, bruh, you gotta watch how you talk to people, man. This is an app. This shit is fun and games. But you gotta watch how you fucking run your mouth to people. You're gonna talk to the wrong motherfucker one of these days.
And what the fuck are you gonna do about it? No, hold on. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? What the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Hold on a second. Dawn, I don't even know why you're getting involved in this conversation.
I need to correct something.
Okay, you can do it from the VIP section, because this is between Adams and CO. Adams, you got a minute, go ahead.
Right. So again, let me ask you this question. What the fuck are you gonna do about you nappy head, bald ass fucking monkey running rooms on this fucking app in the middle of a workday? What the fuck are you gonna do about it?
JB, if you
what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, CO? No, talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me, you bitch ass punk.
Well, hold on a second, CO.
Yeah, exactly, because you're too pussy to talk.
Hold on a second. Everybody cut up, please. I got this. CO, let me tell you something, man to man. I've already addressed Adams on what he says. I can't stop him from what I don't know what's going to come out of his mouth. But the truth is this. You basically threatened this man, right? So I have to give him a chance to get off what's on his chest. Because you know what happens? If I don't, he's just going to keep going the way he's going. But you threatened him, so he has to get a chance to push back, my friend. It's only right.
Hey, JB, I'm gonna hold you accountable. Because you just went off for an hour about how people disrespected you in another room. And you asked your friends to stand up for you. So you're gonna sit here, JB, after I've been rocking for you, taking up for you. And I did what I did because of how this dude's talking to people on a regular basis. So you're talking about hosting a black space. You hear what the woman said he did. You hear what he just said to me. What does he use? He uses stereotypical black nappy head, boom, boom, boom. The same shit he does all the time, JB. And now, where we stood up for you, because you didn't like how they put you out there in another room, JB. But now this dude comes on with this racist bullshit that I gotta hear in every one of these fucking clubhouse rooms and bite my tongue because I don't like the shit. And you're gonna tell me, yeah, well, CO, you told him that was bad, so.
No, that's not what I said, bro. That's not what I said.
Tell me what you're saying, JB.
What I'm saying is you
between me and you because you're my guy.
Okay, well, if I'm your guy, you gotta hear me. You threatened him. Okay? So because you threatened him, I have to, just for decorum's sake, let him get 30 seconds off. Now, I've addressed him and what he says to people and how he speaks to them. Now, boom, and then let me just throw this in there also, by the way. Before I knew you, a couple of years ago, when those barbarians were banging on my gate, because it's not something that happened today, it's been happening since I've been on this app. You know who the first person to stand up for me was? Was Adams. But I still disagree with his language and how he uses it towards people. I don't care if you're black, white, purple, pink, polka dots. I disagree with it. But when you threaten him, I can't sit back and say, well, okay, hold on a second. See, this puts me in a bad position because you're both my friends. You're both wrong, by the way, and I'll say that. I think you guys should take it to a private chat and have a one-on-one conversation. Civilly like men. No threats, no disparaging racial shit at him. You know, just work it out. Hold on one second. Sorry, I got a puppy that's a little precocious. But anyway, CO, before you guys started this, Rohan came into the room, and I'm glad he did, because I hear Roger in the back channel say, bro, I'm out of here in 5 minutes. Because I've been doing this since 8 o'clock this morning. I'm tired. You're both my friends. I respect both of you. I really do. You know, I tell Adams all the time, I hit him offline, bro, dial down the rhetoric, man. Not in my spaces. And for the most part, he does. When he's in my spaces, he mostly behaves. Whatever he said, it was after I left. But as soon as I heard it, I came back into the room. So you guys gotta cut me a little slack that I gotta walk between the raindrops with both of you. But let me say hello to Rohan real quick. Rohan, how you doing?
Wow. Temperature's going up, man. Doing alright. I could ask what's going on here, but I've got a pretty good idea. And look, my preference to be able to deal with this would just try for two people to be able to have a civil conversation without any sort of threats, without any ad hominem attacks, talk to your points, pick up grievances. All right, let's do that. But just keep the racist bullshit out of it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. It doesn't belong in here. Never has.
Well, I'll say this before I go. CO is pro-black. I support him. He's my friend. I like him. I respect him. Adams is pro-black in his own way. It may not seem that way. I don't agree with anything he says when he's using these nasty terms. You know, silverback and all this other nonsense that he spews. But I can't control what people are going to say, right? Adams, when he comes into my space and he raises his hand, he'll tell you, CO, when he raises his hand to come up on stage, I send him a text offline. Adams, no screaming, no cursing. Please respect my space. Because I know how Adams talks. I'm not dumb. But I give him the courtesy before he comes up to ask him to respect my space. That's the best I could do, CO. And let me just say this one last thing. Guys, when I leave a room, I have a real life. I can't keep coming back in and getting involved. I mod people I trust and I like. If you don't like them, there's a leave quietly button. Thank you, guys. Roger, Mojo, Rohan, back to you guys.
I'm gonna kick this Roger asshole out of the room.
As you should.
Yeah, we'll do that one.
Alright, well, let's go to Bubblegum, because I don't know, I guess he was saying some things in the chat. Bubblegum, whoever you are.
Oh, here we go.
Bubblegum?
Not too much on bubblegum.
Dawn, I want to ask you not to keep interjecting. Thank you. Bubblegum, did you want to speak? If you're speaking, I can't hear you. I don't even know if you're a dude or a lady. You may have to leave the room and come back. But let's welcome Cam to the stage. Cam, how you doing?
Cam, what's up?
You came to the stage. Did you want to say something?
Just mostly listening. It sounds that stuff from the last room has came over to this room, but I was in the last room, but I left the app and came back, and it looks like stuff from the previous room involving Adams and CO is continuing, so I'm just listening.
Thank you, Cam. Dr. Flo, good to see you, Dr. Flo.
Good to see you too, JB. I just came up to back CO. I think that when any woman, especially black women, are being attacked, it is our responsibility to protect them. So I see you, CO, and you have my utter respect. Dr. Adams can suck a dick.
I don't even know how to follow it up anymore.
It sounds like somebody's offering to,
It's crazy.
Hold on.
Shit.
Wait, Jay, don't let me respond. Don't let me respond.
Okay, don't respond. Herman, you came to the stage. You have something to say? Herman? Herman with no followers. I'm Ramon. Okay. Alright, guys, I guess we'll go popcorn style.
Jump in. What's up, everybody? I was just
Oh,
thinking,
Holly,
I
I'm
mean,
so sorry I didn't call on you. I love you, Holly. Go ahead.
That's okay. That's all right. I've just been listening. Yeah, obviously I'm not black, so I can't speak for what would I feel like if I was a black woman. I can't say that. But as a white woman, it's hard for me to understand, like, this feeling of needing to get upset and defend a group of no-name individuals. Like, if Adams or if JB, like JB's a friend, if JB every day on this app was criticizing and degrading and calling out the Karens of the world, or like the meth heads in the Appalachians, or blonde girls from Florida who are whores or cocaine, I don't know, pick your poison, I wouldn't care. I would still like them. I mean, I honestly would not affect me one bit.
Holly,
I would just
Holly.
take it and put it up to the side. Yeah.
Holly, I call you a Karen every day and you laugh.
Right, and I don't like Karen. I don't feel like I'm a Karen, but I still love you. Like, I don't know. I don't feel the same. Like, if my cousin, I have family members who got abortions. If people on here, and even if people on here are like, fuck people who got abortions, they're evil. Like, I'm not gonna be like, fuck you, my sister got an abortion. Like, I don't get that, man. Like, fucking let people be. Just let them talk their shit. Move on.
Thank you, Holly. I'm going to move on to Herman. Herman, who said in the chat, where is it? Because white women have been systematically oppressed for being white women. Herman, how you doing? Herman? Okay, he just wants to stay square. Let's send him down. You can hear better from the VIP section. The acoustics are better down there. I'm going to hand it over to Mojo and Rohan. Goodbye, guys.
May I say something if that's okay?
You just did, but you can say something if you like.
Goodbye, JB. Good.
Yes, good job, JB. This is the thing that I find very perplexing is like any community can get the business. I don't give a shit what community you're a part of. If you doing fuck shit, you should be allowed to get the business. That's what I don't understand. No one is above the fucking fuck shit to have somebody critique you. I don't give a damn what community you're a part of. And I think that's the problem is like, we can talk about anybody we want. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it because like I talk about everybody, but that's how I was raised. Like,
But tall lady, hold on one second. I agree with you, but I just want to make this clarification though. If people want to talk shit and it's mutual, or even if people want to fight each other and it's mutual, I'm okay with that. Like if it's mutual. The problem is that oftentimes on these apps, you have one person that wants to talk shit, and the other person really doesn't want to engage that way. You'll have somebody that prefers to not engage that way, and then there becomes this like unilateral attack. The reason why I think this exchange has been so interesting is because you have people that are willing to go at it, and then both sides like want the moderation. It's like, man, if you guys want to talk shit, you can't then like, it's like like deciding to box but then asking the ref for help, and so I would just say that, if you came here to talk shit, then talk your shit, and if you didn't come here to talk the shit, then don't do it. And this is what you'll get from me as a moderator is if somebody's talking shit to somebody that doesn't play that game and doesn't want to engage, I will tell the person talking shit to that person to chill the fuck out. I like for people to consensually talk shit to each other, and if you're just gonna bully somebody, I'm not into bullies, so I'll slap that shit.
no, I agree with you. I don't believe in bullying, but what I mean by that is that if you want to claim that a community is being attacked, but you talk shit about another community, anybody is up to get shot down. That's how I feel. And it doesn't matter your race, gender, your age, or whatever. If you're coming with the heat, I'm coming with the motherfucking rifle. So but then I don't believe in bullying, but I think that's not what's happening. I don't think anybody is bullying anybody.
Well, I think there's definitely some escalations that have taken place. Like, I think that there's a big difference between people talking their shit on Clubhouse and then people, we heard Bubblegum and we heard CO make violent threats against Adams, and then we're supposed to go back to whatever Adams said that was offensive, quote unquote, and then treat that as if that's the biggest crime that's been committed. And to be quite honest, I think that that's an escalation when you start threatening people with violence. Hold on. There is no reason why somebody should be speaking while I'm speaking. I'll be very, very quick with this. If people really want to fight over the shit that they say on Clubhouse, you should back channel that person and you should say, hey, I've got a problem with you. Why don't we? And here's how you can do it legally, and you don't have to ever worry about going to jail. Just call a local MMA gym and just say, hey, we'll pay you. We're just going to go in. We're going to go in your dojo, whatever rules there are. And you could go in there and you could fuck each other up. And then you could walk away. You might even have a beer afterwards. But I don't think that the people that make these threats really want real world violence. I think they like to escalate that in a way to try to silence the other side. And I don't think that's cool. I think if you if you don't want to engage with somebody, then don't engage with them. But when you start escalating it with threats of violence, not only are you violating terms of service, you're also violating the law. I don't advise it.
No, I agree with you, and that's not really what I'm talking about. Please know that.
What was the actual threat?
There was a couple of them. Bubblegum put it in the chat, it's still there if you could scroll up, that said, when I see Adams, I'm going to beat his ass, right? So that's a threat. And then there was a verbal threat made by CO, which, by the way, I want to put this out there. Even though CO and I disagree on a lot of things, I think oftentimes CO is very respectful in conversation. I don't know why him and Adams are having this level of escalation. I get that Adams sometimes can be trollish, sometimes Adams can be very, inflammatory. But what I will say is I've never seen Adams dish it to somebody that just out of the blue. I've known Adams on this app now for at least 4 years, and this isn't me co-signing on any of the shit that he says, because some of the shit he says he's on his own with. What I will say is that I've never seen him attack somebody that wasn't engaging already with him. That's
CO made it clear that this shit would not fly in real life. If we were in the grocery store and Adams talked that way, it would not fly in real life. To your point, it would happen MMA style in real life.
Well,
and so the boundaries were drawn, and you have mighty.
Who cares?
I care.
Okay.
I care. Thank you.
Got it.
I
mean, you're welcome. Got it. Yeah, no, I also care about, your familia who's going to be deported. So, aside from that, listen, I'm not scared
you
of
make no fucking sense.
This little 5'2" Ricky Martin wannabe, okay? And I'm definitely not scared of somebody to the likes of CEO. Because at the end of the day, listen, the thug always comes out.
No, you make no fucking sense.
Oh my God, like a yapping chihuahua. Like, this is crazy.
You got it down.
Okay, great.
And inflammatory.
Yes, yo quiero Taco Bell. Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No green card, no stay.
You're
Great.
welcome.
Great.
No substance.
Great.
At all.
Could you imagine if you were asking for your welcome after your family actually got citizenship in the United States? Could you imagine that? We'd be having a different conversation, right?
Irrelevant.
We'd be having a different conversation.
How is that relevant?
Listen, it's relevant because I offered to buy you a canoe to help you pack your family stuff and swim back. So again, listen,
you have no connection.
Let it go. Connection to the truth. I have an American Express card. So again, I offered to buy you a canoe. So that you and your family can roll back. So again, why do you have smoke for me? I don't think that anybody on this app offered you a like-kind blessing. Like, what are we doing?
I mean,
Okay.
means.
What are we doing?
Does anybody know what that means? Does anybody on the stage know what the fuck he's talking about? Anyone? Anyone?
I didn't know what you were talking about either.
Yeah, let's move on. I was confused too.
Once again, this is Clubhouse High School, right? So what CO is making clear is that the way in which you all behave on this app is not indicative of the way that you would behave in real life. And we know this to be true.
Are you kidding me? How do you know this to be true?
Because you keep coming back and you haven't been handled.
I'm pretty sure that there's several people who have heard me on hot mic and have heard me engage with
Wait.
people on the
Okay,
street.
Dr. Flo, so the way you're acting right now is not how you act in real life?
I hear you every day.
But hello, is this not real life?
Right now,
Danny, once again, to CO's point, because I can track. To CO's point, if Adams was disrespectful towards black women in the ways he is in this room, he would be handled.
By who?
Probably so, but we're not going to sit here and act like
By
CO
who?
is
No, hold on. By who?
But Dr.
By
Adams,
who?
I'm trying to help you. Like, CO initiated it. He brought up Dr. Adams' comment, and nobody was even speaking about that. So again, back to Mojo's point, it's like you can't want a conversation. You can't start something, and then when someone matches your energy, start to get mad. Like, it doesn't make any sense. No one wants to acknowledge, like, CO brought up his comments, and nobody was even speaking about that. And he said some hurtful, messed up things to Dr. Adams, and so Dr. Adams
This was a grievance because it's my understanding that a black woman was disrespected and CO defended her.
So what?
So
what? She also called my mother a whore and a whole other slew of comments.
Right,
So
but
again,
we're
at the end of the
only
day,
saying one side.
at the end of the day, as a black person, okay, I'm gonna stand with my fucking parents, okay, opposed to any of you fucking people on this app, okay? That is just a fact. So the fact that there should be a different, set of rules how I should engage with black people, as far as people hurling slurs against me, slurs against my family, slurs against my ethnic heritage, okay? Fuck you all the way 2 days to Sunday.
And I'll speak to that too, because I was actually in the room because the girl in question that CO wants to, put on his cape and save. I asked her directly multiple times because she said, he called me this. So I actually asked her, I said, but didn't you throw the first punch? And she lied and said she didn't, and I was in the room.
Well, again, if you want to ping Lizzo as a chia pet, okay, exactly what the fuck I called her, okay, Lizzo as a damn chia pet, up into the room, then have her touch her ankles, not come out of breath, and then tell me I was wrong.
And it is true, because I did read those comments. She did call your mom a chimp. She called your mother a monkey. She made a lot of accusatory and inflammatory comments about your mother.
Why is that okay? That's horrible.
It's not okay, but some people have
That's not okay.
You can say whatever you want.
None of it's okay.
It's not okay, but some people have selective outrage. Don't.
If you call my mama a chimp, I get to say whatever I want.
This is why I asked you that question. I saw someone earlier say something about white bitches. I said, would you hold the same energy? He said, absolutely, I absolutely would. But I'm not saying don't say anything when someone says derogatory things, right? What I'm saying is you're gonna get the same energy that you give, right? So choose your battles. Yeah.
He gave it energy and it got that. Hey, Adam.
No, hang on for a second. Sorry. No, you there? That's right. No, you there? No, McGee, you there? No, she's not.
You can't be talking about my mama, man.
Oh, Lord. But can we move on? Well, all these people we were talking about except Dr. Adams is not in the room, so.
Hey, I'm down to move on, but it is funny.
What do we think about the Tyler Perry sexual lawsuit?
What happened?
Lies.
He's
being sued for $250 some odd million by a guy.
Hey guys, so I'm really sorry to interrupt in the middle of this. Okay, just bear with me for a second. CEO, are you there?
I am.
CEO, welcome back.
I am, my man. What's happening, bro?
Well, I missed out on a lot of what's going on here. I literally just walked in the middle. There's a shit fight going on. And I hear that there've been, well, some pretty unsavory sort of things that have been thrown around at each other, which is, look, I mean, it's clubhouse. It's going to happen. It always has happened. And we'll continue to be able to do it. I don't know who initiated this. I do care, but at the same time, I don't feel like I want to get down to the bottom of it. Being a pretty good judge of character in the past, I wouldn't have picked you to be the type of person who would actually make any type of threat, physical threat towards another person. What was, I guess, look, without going into the meat of it, I don't want to have any threats in here. Fair call? CEO.
Hold on, I was trying to hit the microphone. Yeah, I'm wondering what the threat was. Is that you're not going to sit up here and say X and X about me, and it goes smoothly for you. So that's a threat. That role, if you don't want me as a grown ass man defending myself from people disrespecting me at the highest order, then I just won't come to your room, bro. It's all good. But if somebody's going to sit here, as much respect as I give the mods in a room, right? My time is valuable. And me telling somebody that they're not going to talk to me a certain way, if you guys consider that a threat beyond the threshold of what you guys do, I'll respect the room and I'll tap out.
No, look, I mean, I think it's really good to have like a healthy conversation between people, and sometimes it goes beyond that and people start throwing stuff at each other. And I just don't want to see that happen with you and Adams or anybody for that matter. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it interesting. I'm going to leave both you and Adams to resolve things together and also run the room together. You guys know how I like to be able to have this space, this house run. This is going to be a nice little experiment. I'm going to leave you guys to it. Let's see what goes on. And I'm also going to mod and I. Let's keep it at that for the time being. Have fun, guys, and I'll see you in a bit.
Wait, I had to say hi to William. I just came up to say hi to you.
Hey, Pockets.
Hey, Roy.
Hey.
Wait, can we mod Ann?
It's Anna.
Like, can we mod Ann and Matt? Like, what's happening?
Hey,
please leave it. All right, Adams, I want you to be good to CO. CO, you're going to be good to Adams. All right, let's try and leave this behind. Let's not have any more fights from here on forth. We try and do that.
Listen, the man got me clipped and he's not blocked. Like, he was able to get up into the room. Like, it is what it is. You know, I'm not petty. You know, unlike that shit that he did with moving Sig down when Jay chose Sig to actually be a moderator and leading a conversation. So, you know, it is what it is. I definitely know that Sig was not talking about black women or any of the type of things that, you know, triggered him to have a separate set of rules, you know, when it comes to saying what I said that got him up in his fifis.
Yeah, gotcha. CO? Alright, let's just continue the way it is.
And we all just get along.
We can. I believe we can.
Y'all some motherfucking black on black criminals up in this one. Damn. First blood. Damn. Blood feud.
Who's a criminal? Come on, who's a criminal? Come on, they got me clipped and I went to the, I'm laughing all the way to the bank like a bandit. Closed 2 sales today. It's so crazy.
Man,
you know, ain't God good. Ain't God good.
I'm moving to the Adams SEO's neighborhood.
Somebody said rehash a camp conversation with me here. I don't know what happened, but Hey, Ro, if somebody says extreme stuff that's disrespectful to women in the room and the woman comes up and complains about the threat, other than, the gentleman, Adams is just saying that was egregious, that I said, okay, you guys report it if he's doing it, because I've seen him do that, and I've heard complaints on several rooms where he does that type of stuff in the chat. I didn't see the chat. What do you do in your room, Ro? This is you, JB's room and stuff like that. The young lady Fortney came up. I don't know how to make a report. It happened. What is that? Are you looking at that as a bad thing, Ro? I think it was, black bitch, or whatever. That's the thing I think he's hung up on.
You got screenshots, bro?
In the room.
You got some evidence that you want to bring to the stage?
Raise all speculation.
No, hold on. Women, please be silent. So again, do you have any type of evidence that you want to? No. So you're talking about black bitch. Like I said, again, when I came back to my phone after posting, okay, so post the receipts. Post the receipts. Post the proof. PTR the proof.
Just
right.
see how I know.
Right. No, Auntie Dawn, I got this. So again, listen, PTR the proof, bro. So again, I came back to my office.
Did you call a black bitch or not?
I came back, yes, I did. Right, and I said it because I knew, right, and let me tell you why I said it. Because I knew it was offensive, and that's exactly why I said it. Because again, she dragged me through those comments before any black bitches were even mentioned. So again, stop trying to retell history in an incongruent and an incorrect manner. I said the shit what I fucking said, and again, I said it with my chest.
Y'all are worse than women.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm worse than a woman. I'm just saying I said what I said. I don't appreciate that kind of.
No, but you are worse than a woman because again, you ran up with your mic. You ran up with your mic like a messy Wendy Williams black woman in a fucking blonde wig, and you wanted to announce, oh, you should mass report this person. Oh my God, I'm gonna give you so many DEI reasons why this person should be on this app. Listen, I've been on this app longer than you. Right? And the same black woman and the same people who are dragging me on this app heard my fucking mother come up onto this app and actually have conversations and opening up rooms. So don't come up in a new circle and not read the room and know who the fuck you're talking to. You're getting up in the middle of some shit that has nothing to fucking do with you.
Okay, you're a big guy on the app. I've only been on for 2 months.
I'm a big guy on the app, and you only been on here for 2. Listen.
Go ahead and move more, then talk about. Go ahead.
All right. Continue to be loud and wrong. Continue to be loud and wrong and ignorant without context. Without context. You wanted to sit up in here and talk about how I've had no intellectual conversations. I gave you a list of fucking things that I've discussed on this app that your dumb ass didn't even know about. So again, at the end of the day, you're new. You're a new person into this fold, into this circle, right? So why don't you read the fucking room?
I understand. You finished?
New topic.
Yeah, you finished? Okay, so anybody else have anything to say? How's everyone else's night going? Because I don't want to hear any more whining for the rest of the night, or I'll tap out. So I'm exhausted.
All right, yeah. I think y'all brothers should just go ahead and bury the hatchet at this point. Y'all might agree to disagree. I understand both sides. I understand where Adams is coming from. I understand where CO is coming from. And it probably won't get resolved tonight. So maybe y'all should just kind of bury the hatchet and like CO is pointing to, maybe let's go ahead and explore some different topics and see where we get, man. I got respect for both of y'all brothers.
I'm cool with him. Like, listen, it's not any smoke. Like, he's new. If this was some day one shit, like somebody from season 1, season 2, season 3, doing some crazy shit like this, I'd be going cuckoo, cocoa puffs, and fucking bananas. Okay? But again, he's new to the app, as he says. It is what it is. We're not being petty. We choose our battles, right?
Yeah, I really didn't know you guys took the app that seriously, man. It's all good. It's just a little, a tool, but it's all, I hear you guys got a deep community culture here. No pun intended.
Yeah, well, CO, man, welcome to the community. Now you in it now, bro. You can't leave us. You one of us now. Welcome.
No, it's all good, bro. Hey, I've enjoyed some people on this app for whatever it's worth, man. There's been some beautiful people on this app, man, that have blessed the energy and blessed the space, some intellect, and some good conversation that have been had. Who's that talking? Which voice is that?
The Morpheus picture.
That's my man. Okay, I see.
I've heard in this room that this situation is streamed on YouTube. If that's true, I need my check.
No, if anybody's gonna collect a check on this shit, it's gonna be me first. Okay, because again, this shit would not have happened had it not been for me, right? Racist or not. So at the end of the day, listen, I'm collecting my money first. Y'all can get your money next Tuesday.
All right, man. Look, man. What y'all got planned for the 4th of July?
I didn't know it was coming. I didn't know it was this coming Friday. I'm like, Jesus, it's here already.
The 4th is on a Friday, man. So America got to turn up, man. Where the Patriots at? What's cracking? Who got something ready for the grill? Y'all gonna drink some whiskey or something? Y'all got some beer? Who gonna do the ribs? Somebody got the potato salad.
Y'all heard what happened to me on Clubhouse last year. I went to Huntington Beach and almost got lynched. I'm staying my black ass in Hollywood, and I'm probably gonna go to work.
Why you almost get lynched at Huntington Beach?
White liberal top moms.
Yeah, man. You might as well go to Dockweiler then.
You should go to Dockweiler.
Dockweiler is the People's Beach.
That's a black beach.
It's the People's Beach now.
Exactly.
White folks is coming down to Dockweiler.
That's a cool beach.
Hey, Gildas, you remember that room? You remember that room where we were talking about what was it, Bruce's Beach? And we were going over, property by property and block by block, and we were looking at past sales and just looking at, the collective cost of construction and, how these black families, you remember that? That was actually the one time that Goat and I actually agreed. It's crazy.
No, I still got the beaches you recommended me in Orange County, man. If you remember that time, you would recommend me some beaches down by San Juan Capistrano and shit.
Yep. Strands.
Low-key beaches. Yeah, I still got those, and the family is hitting those this summer for sure.
Yo, that's one of the only beaches in Southern California with an elevator. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Do anybody else got plans for the holiday? Did it sneak up on you? Are you proud to be an American, or you just, you hate America? You want Hamas to take over and make it their Independence Day? What's going on?
Wait, so what would Palestinian Independence Day look like? You pull your dick out of a goat and you're just like, I'm free!
Oh, you wouldn't be able to get any food because there would be Hamas would take the food as soon as it came off the boat, so you wouldn't be able to really grill anything.
That's wild. Adam,
What's up?
how is it being a Republican in California? I really want to know.
It's actually pretty great. With all this drama that was going on, I was actually going to open up a room and simulcast a live stream of me driving through the Palisades. No, seriously, I went there yesterday, and I know I was gonna go there this weekend. It was just really hard, y'all. Like it's like that's like a part of my childhood, you know, just like visiting family members, you know, going to shops and like, you know, doing soccer tournaments and whatnot. Like, yeah, it's pretty hard. Like, I mean, everything that people are seeing on the news, it's completely fake. Um, those lots are being stripped and they're going to be sold to developers any day now. It's complete propaganda.
Wow. Really?
Yes.
And then how is it in LA? Is it now like settled down there?
Yeah, I was in downtown LA this past weekend for the Wu-Tang Clan concert, and it was chill. It wasn't nothing going on.
Right, like people were chilling up in LA. I'm just saying, like, as far as like, you know, the protests and the ICE and all this other shit, like, people aren't practically paying attention to what's happening in Altadena and, you know, over in the Palisades. It's crazy.
Portland is pretty bad every night too.
I want to move to Portland, man. Will I get lynched up there as a black man, or is it cool?
Yes.
I'll get lynched? All right, man.
Yes, yes, no, that's like one of those drug places where they like allow you to like responsibly inject heroin. Like, I mean, you could be sitting at Starbucks and somebody could poke you with a freaking AIDS heroin needle. Like, it's like, I hate the Pacific Northwest.
Are you free to go, guys, please? They're asking, like, Adrian. I don't know who else says that.
Y'all blind or something? Yeah, what's up? You don't follow me anymore. Like, I got clipped. Like, I'm trying to learn on this app.
Is the app, like, kind of lagging for you guys?
Portland is pretty liberal. You're fine as a black person, so don't believe that shit.
Okay. Yeah, every time I press a button, it's like delayed.
I just think y'all didn't want a black dude on the stage. That's all I think. That's fucked up.
No, bro. So one of the mods up in this, you know, Pocahontas, you know, smoke the peace pipe powwow, he called for me to be clipped after calling a fat black woman, a bald-headed fat black woman, which she was. She had a chia pet, you know, just like I don't know what it, like, what do you call it, like a floral arrangement, like on top of her head. It was like clipped to her scalp, and yeah. So he called for me to get clipped, and I got clipped. And mind you, all of this happened in the chat, and my phone was in my desk when I came back, and yeah, I was clipped.
So what actually happens when you get clipped? Do you have to, like, get a fake phone number to get back on the app, or do you just have to wait for a certain amount of time?
Well, that was my burner account, which I didn't want to say the quiet part out loud. Like, I still have my main account, which has like four and a half thousand followers. I just don't use it for this reason because, again, I'm on my final strike on that account. So I did have to subscribe to a service where it's like, I think it's like $3 a month or some shit like that, where I had to get like a number and come back onto the app.
Okay. Yeah, I had a burner, but I forgot it. You know, I used like temporary number to get the text message. I did that once, but I forgot all about it.
Shit.
But, you know, Dr. Matt and Adrian, you just know what to expect from here on out. I'm going to be Cray 2.0.
Yeah, I didn't think that clipping shit was still going on. That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought that shit ended when they had them scissors and that shit ended.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is, but yeah. So just be careful, you know. Just
Hey,
be
what
very
the fuck
careful.
that dude though that we was in the room with last night? Well, I was cooking the hell out of his ass. What's his name? Truth? Where the fuck did he go? Did he ever come back on that?
I think he actually got removed from the house early this morning.
What the fuck? I was cooking his ass like a hibachi chef on this motherfucker.
And that's what I'm saying, Sam. And like, I want to go up to the Pacific Northwest to enjoy some of that good nature. But they telling me I might get lynched, so I might have to.
I'm telling you,
Never
bro,
happened.
Like
Jesus
it
Christ.
doesn't. Listen, the last lynching. Hold on. The last lynching that happened in America has been like like almost 40 years ago.
Where do you even say that?
Like it's crazy to me. Like it's so crazy to me.
40? That's kind of recent.
What the fuck do you mean it's kind of recent? Are you even 40?
It's 2 generations.
I'll be 40 next year.
All right, so you don't remember it. What are you talking about? Get out the way.
No, I'm still dead set on getting up there, man. I want to get to Washington or Oregon along that coast. That's
Oregon beaches are better, and Washington has excellent mountains and hiking.
No, but you know, Gildas, I'm going to be going out there for the Olympic track tryouts when 2028 is coming up to, Los Angeles. I'm going to go sit up there with my daddy and watch them tryouts.
Alright. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm gonna get up there eventually, man. I'm just trying to bide my time, save my money, stack my chips, let this equity grow. And I'm gonna be up there, man. I want 20 acres up there somewhere.
I'm wearing my Trump hat on the floor.
Have you thought about, like, San Bernardino County?
San Bernardino?
Oh, that's where I am now.
San Bernardino.
Man, that's where I am now. I like it, but I want to get by the trees. I want to get to that evergreen.
So, I mean, Lake Arrowhead, that's in San Bernardino County, correct?
Yeah, but it's not the same combination of like coastal pine and ocean, ocean and trees. It's mountain, and I love that too. But my ultimate goal is to have like trees and ocean right out.
What about Carmel?
No, what you need is Seaside, Astoria, and a beach. Or
Man, that dude just
like
said
Carmel.
he just want to go and relive Twilight.
Well, I never saw Twilight, but if that's what they own, man, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, but if you go to the Pacific Northwest, you're just like, you're basically not on a beach. You're like on a shore next to a fucking lake. You know what I mean? Like it's like I don't know, bro. Like I mean, I feel like maybe Carmel.
That's why I said the Oregon coast, the Seaside, Astoria, Cannon Beach. You are on the coast. You have forest land right bordering the highway. It's the best of what you want right there.
That's what I'm looking for. I really want that Oregon coast.
Check out Crescent City. It's as far north as you can go in California, right by the Oregon border.
And I've heard that too.
Beach town, awesome place. Really
Yeah, once you get up by Eureka, you're basically in Oregon.
Yeah, but that's the Emerald Triangle, and there's some weird shit in the Emerald Triangle. You gotta go further than that. Crescent City is like, leave me the fuck alone. You believe what you want to believe. I'll believe what I want to believe. It's a
that's what I like.
liberal and conservative, but they're not going at each other over politics. It's a unity there, man. Crescent City is your spot.
Crescent City. I'm gonna bookmark that,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
Thank you for that.
I'm sorry, William. You know how me and my piece get down. We don't go any north.
A lot cheaper outside of California, also.
We don't go any north in Salinas County.
So I just have one question about all these places y'all are naming.
Yes.
Are they pro 2A?
Yes.
Yeah, I think anywhere outside of San Francisco and LA is pro 2A in California, for sure.
Alright, because somebody said Portland and all of that.
Yeah, like I don't want to do Portland, the city, but I do want to fuck with that Oregon coast, man.
Yeah.
That shit looks beautiful.
Nobody needs to live in Portland right now.
In California,
I'm cool on Portland.
Hey, in California, the code word is, do you have a secret garden? It means, do you have a metal box where you bury your illegal shit? So you don't say 2A, you just go, do you have a secret garden? Are you down with a secret garden?
Yeah, if I gotta speak in code, then I don't even want to be there.
Honestly, Adrian, like when you look at like Appalachia people and like people in Texas, like hills have eyes type of people, the only difference between those said people and the people that live in the Central Coast and in places in Northern California is that they shop at Nordstrom's. That's really the only difference.
Which was founded in Seattle.
Exactly.
And is it really as gray up there as people say? Like it's gray all the time?
No, we have 180 days of overcast weather. We have 4 months of summer from June through September, and we have 36 inches of rain, which is similar to New York, but our rain is very fine and long lasting. It doesn't just rain and stop. It can be like a Chinese water torture.
Yeah, well, I lived in New York for over 10 years, so I was cool with that. I like
But in New York, it rains and stops. Here, it just continually drips.
Yeah, but 6 months of overcast, that shit seems like it's
not 6 months of overcast. It's not every day. Like, you know, you have, you know, marine break, you know, during the late afternoons, you know, around sunset time. Like, it's not overcast every day. Now, yes, it does get dark a little bit sooner than other places, but it's not overcast every single day.
That's not at all.
Give me the heat and the humidity.
But
we have no humidity up here. No humidity.
I love that. The country heat and humidity, baby.
No, fuck that.
73 years.
But in the summertime, it stays light till like 10, 11 o'clock at night, man. You get off work and you got like
I mean, look, I'm born
to settle.
But see, like, look, I'm born and raised in Georgia, so I mean, I like what I like, right? I mean, shit, I love it. I'm a country boy at heart.
I'm a country boy son myself. Again, you know, cicadas and mosquito bites. Like, I get it.
What's going on in the Northwest? Because, you know...
Wait, hold on. Let Adrian cook. Go ahead, Adrian.
No. I'm done. I'm just saying, I'm just a country boy, man. Hey, that GA red clay is all in my veins, baby. Give me the heat and the humidity. I'm a summer baby. I like chilling outside.
Let me ask y'all this, if y'all got some input on the Pacific Northwest. You know, I went to an HBCU, you know, a black college, and everybody that I met who was from Oregon or Washington, they were light-skinned, and I'm a dark-skinned nigga. So, are there any dark-skinned black people in the Pacific Northwest?
Only 3% black.
What are you talking about?
We have 10% Asians. We have more Asians, 3 times more Asians than we do black.
And a growing amount of Africans. And a growing amount of Africans.
Very
all
white.
the black people I ever met from the Pacific
Like, what are you talking about?
3% black in Seattle.
No, I mean, they can be black, but...
No, David, what he's saying as far as, like, you know, the color spectrum, as far as, you know, black people up there. Yes, you do have dark, melanated people that are up there. Sure, you do. You have Africans, a lot of Africans that are up there. You know, it's if you're speaking specifically to black Americans, yeah, you know, you do have a lot of people that, you know, are kind of tan-toned and whatnot. But at the same time, you know, I mean, are you going to see the same type of people in Los Angeles? Probably not. You know, I mean, it's one of those things, like, people need to understand, like, the migration patterns behind a lot of black America, you know.
And, like, look, Adam.
I mean, you and I know this. Like, it's...
Look, when I lived on the East Coast, I lived in D.C., and I lived in New York, and I never came across a black person on the East Coast who was light-skinned with green eyes.
Oh, that's great. In New York? Like, what part of New York did you stay at?
I was in Brooklyn. I was in Bed-Stuy.
What?
Yeah.
Yo, you capping. Like, you're literally capping at this point.
Bro.
This is
from New York.
What?
Were born there. They're not. Nobody on the East Coast is light-skinned like that.
Bro.
And light skin doesn't get no play on the East Coast.
Bro.
You look like you're from out of state.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, if you go to New York, I mean, Are you talking like, I mean, we having like a diaspora conversation or like a Black American conversation?
We talking about Black American conversation.
Okay, then yeah, no, I feel you on that.
No,
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Yes. Yes. And honestly, I will say, like, my ex-girlfriend, she's Italian and Black American. You know, she has green eyes, and it's one of those things where, you know, she grew up in Connecticut and how people get down in the East Coast. But I feel like even that's an anomaly.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like that's an anomaly. You know what I mean? If you're gonna go to like, you know, upstate New York, or if you're gonna go to parts of like Long Island, or, you know, parts of like, you know, I would, you know, kind of close to like West Point and like whatnot. Like, yeah, you're gonna have some Black people with Black American features. You know, 4C hair all day long. You see what I'm saying? But once
most
you
of
get
the
it,
Black people in New York that I met were Caribbean.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
They mostly Caribbean. But
I see what you're
African American that has like hazel eyes and hazel hair, I only see that shit on the West Coast.
But you gotta say Caribbean European. You see what I'm saying? Because like Caribbean and Caribbean European is a whole different thing. You see what I'm saying? Like there's people who came from Europe, you know, did their thing in the Caribbean, had kids, did not necessarily, you know, intermix with the indigenous Caribbean population, and, you know, kept it pushing. So it's kind of one of those things. You know what I mean?
But hey, keep in mind, the Pacific Northwest is a lot like Japan. If you're dark skinned in Japan, they literally will come up and like want to touch you and look at you. They're mystified by it. You're like a novelty, man. And the same kind of, yeah, man.
No, and let me tell you something. So I used to work for a company that had their headquarters up in Seattle. So I used to have to fly out there a lot. I would say that dark-skinned people are very well respected in Washington. Very well respected. Actually, arguably, probably more respected than the mixed race and lighter-skinned people that the people in said Seattle are used to. You know, that's just kind of one of those things. It's a different ecosystem. It's an international city. I don't think that they get credit enough for being an international city as they are. You have people that are as dark as, you know, Shaq, dark as Shaq, but they come from Sri Lanka. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at the ecosystem as far as how the attitudes in, you know, Seattle are very different from the rest of the country, it's just very different.
Yeah, but Seattle's very different from what he's talking about. He's talking about rural forest with the beach. Way different than the metropolitan.
That's why we told him Oregon Coast.
Yeah, I know.
We told him Oregon Coast.
I know I'd be the only fucking dark-skinned person for a long shot, you know. And that's cool, but if I want to go visit Portland or Seattle, like I said, when I was on the East Coast and I met people who were from Washington and Oregon and were African American, their family were from the South, I guess you call them ADOS. They were all very light-skinned. But I mean, it doesn't bother me either way. Like, I can get in where I fit in. It's all good. But, you know, it's just like...
Come and visit and decide for yourself.
Yeah. That's exactly what I need to do, you know. But, either way, man, I'm going to get up there and I'm going to give me 20 acres.
Have you guys been to Vegas?
Oh, hell yeah.
What's your favorite thing about Vegas?
I'll tell you, I was in Vegas about a month ago. My favorite thing about Vegas is the food. It's like you can get the international cuisine scene up there if you know where to go. My second favorite thing is the gun ranges, because they let you shoot everything almost up to a damn rocket launcher.
Yeah, Vegas is, if you want to go to a city where there's, currency any more pointed towards meritocracy, it's definitely Vegas.
And I love how strict I don't know if it's the police or the sheriff, but I love how strict they are. I love that they don't play no games. They're not like California. Your ass got a little roach in the ashtray of your car, you're going to jail, nigga. And I like that. Enforce the law. They do not let shit get out of hand up there.
Yeah, it's crazy. My parents got married in Vegas.
Yeah, I went to a Vegas wedding during COVID. My wife's best friend got married in Vegas and they live out there now. I love Vegas. It's a fine town, but I find that, like, if you're staying in one of the casino hotels, I can't stay for more than, like, 3 nights. That's the most I can do.
More than 3 nights is not healthy.
Yeah, like, you gotta get the fuck out of here. You're losing money.
What?
You're getting lung cancer.
What?
Fucking, like...
This is blasphemy.
Nah, like, unless you live there, like, if I had because I went to somebody's Airbnb and that was cool, but, like, staying on the strip for more than 3 nights, nah.
Exactly right.
Yeah, when I moved back to California and I was on my leave of absence, I stayed there for about 2 weeks. It was actually very, very, very insightful.
But did you stay in a hotel, or did you, like, actually have a spot? You stayed in the MGM for 2 weeks and you didn't die of lung cancer?
No.
Or alcohol poisoning?
No.
Damn.
I know, it's crazy.
You're a real one.
It's crazy. So basically, we drove across country when I was moving back, and I drove from Miami to Los Angeles, and Vegas was kind of one of the stops on the way. And my mom, in her health, it was kind of one of those things where she couldn't sustain a journey for too long, by car. So we just decided to stop and see some of her old friends and just hang out. It was actually a really good experience.
Okay, so which is the better part of the city? I've never been to Miami or Vegas?
I mean, now that Vegas has built the Fontainebleau, I personally haven't been there yet since they've opened. Like, I don't know. Like, it's one of those things. Like, in my personal opinion, I love Miami. I can go to a club, get outside, get my Uber, go back to my hotel. Like, it's a very seamless experience. In Vegas, it's kind of one of those things where you're, like, subjugated to, like, the big bottle, like, nightclubs and, like, the funk pit, like, like the fist pumping and, all that other extraness, you know what I mean? Like, I personally don't like that.
Yeah.
So for me personally, like, going out to Miami, I like to go to lounges and, listen to, like, easy listening music, you know what I mean? And, eventually go over to the club and turn up, whereas Vegas, it's like, it's either one or the other,
Yeah, I went to Vegas for my friend's birthday. He's a kind of a big time DJ in LA, and he wanted to do his, like, bro's birthday in Vegas, and so I drove out there from San Bernardino County. And I'm a married man with 3 kids. You guys all know this. And man, it's like he had a cabana or something like that overlooking the pool, and the women were just, like, in bikinis and their ass cheeks were out. I was like, dude, I feel like I'm cheating on my wife just being here. And I imagine it's a similar thing in Miami, but I'm like, damn, man, I haven't been out in the wild in a long time. Like, I've been married and I just, cut my lawn and cook food and take care of my kids. So it was a strange experience for me. Now, I used to go when I was single, But you know, like we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. We were just aimless walking up and down the strip. But now that I'm an adult with a family, I'm like, damn man, this shit feels like I'm gonna sin on accident.
I mean, I would say that Miami is a very different Miami. You know, even from, like, my grandparents moved down there in '99. My great grandma, when she moved to this country, she's always been down there. So I've been going down there since I was like 5 or 6. So, you know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I've looked at the progression as far as how you can navigate Miami, and now it's like a Latino petting zoo. Like, I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to sound racist, you know, in explaining it like that, but it's like everything is just like so pro Latino. Like it's almost like it feels like going to a different country. You know what I mean?
Like Tijuana.
No, I would say like Tijuana. I grew up going to Tijuana as well, and you know, Tijuana is I mean the graffiti and the degeneracy and you know things like that.
How derelict it is. It's just dilapidated.
I would compare it to like Costa Rica. You know what I mean?
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, and you know Costa Rica is a beautiful country. You know, Panama is a beautiful country.
Yes, I refuse to leave the United States. I don't want to go to any third world tourist destinations. I don't want to go to the Caribbean. I don't want to go to Latin America, Brazil. Like, the most exotic thing I'll do is Hawaii.
Which island?
Tijuana is not a great representation of the true culture and beauty of Mexico.
Wait, but Don, so Gildas, which island in Hawaii?
I don't know, because I've never been to Hawaii.
So I mean, do you like more city in Honolulu, or do you like more, you know, just
like I would like to go to the beach and it be serene and quiet, whichever island that is. I don't need to go to a city.
The big island.
Okay,
Maui or Kauai.
Okay, yeah, something like that.
Big island too.
But like my friends are
like parts of the Big Island. I will say that.
Like, oh, let's go to Colombia, and I'm like, hell,
Colombia is beautiful.
I would never go. Not me.
Beautiful people.
Yeah, no, I've been to Colombia. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I went to a third world country once, and I ain't never leaving America for no shit like that again.
So I mean, what about Panama? I've been to Panama quite a few times, and
I mean, if I had family down there, maybe, because I got family.
I do have quite a few family members down there.
Yeah, but my family from Belize is trying to convince me to come down here, and I'm like, I don't know about that. I'm not trying to get sick. I want to be able to drink the water.
Yeah, but I mean, Panama is completely different than Belize. I mean, Panama is, you know, it's industrialized to the same degree as, you know, LA.
Because they got that canal.
Well, I mean, the canal, I mean, that's obviously a very important part of it. But I mean, you know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, you have a Ritz-Carlton down there. I mean, Trump actually had towers in Panama, and he built his building, from what I understand, to a certain type of aesthetic that didn't fit in with the skyline, and, you know, they asked him to disinvest in his interest down there.
But that was a financial raping that he was doing with that agreement, and they wanted to get out of that.
I mean, David, I'm trying to be PC. I'm a work in progress. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
It was a bad deal for them.
I mean, I can understand that.
But I mean, they went into it wanting it. They thought his name was important. He also provided some management and expertise, and then they kind of grew out of what they needed from him.
I can understand that.
I don't want to go
absolutely
anywhere where there are bandits. I don't want to go anywhere where people are robbing tourists, that kind of thing. So,
no, they're definitely not robbing tourists in Panama. Panama is actually more safer, you know, than Mexico. Like it's crazy. Panama's definitely more safer than Mexico. The only thing that I will say is my dad, he's like me. You know, we go to the gym, you know, several days a week, and he was jogging around Panama City without his shirt on, and they have certain public decency laws, you know, that people have to adhere to, you know, whether you're a Panamanian citizen or not. But aside from that, Panama's a great country. I went down there actually for my 13th birthday. You know, it was a really good experience, and great people, you know. It's a very safe country, and I feel like people should look to that as, you know, an touristic alternative, you know, to what is, you know, dangerous Mexico.
Yeah, I would never go to Mexico for anything unless I had to like rescue my child, like Liam Neeson. It's Hawaii or New Orleans. That's the most exotic I'll get. Africa, no way, Jose. I'm not going on safari.
Yeah, no,
I'm
my
going to
dad.
South Africa.
My dad and my stepmom went to Senegal, and that was kind of like one of those things.
Hell
Yeah, and like they went to.
I'm not about to eat no monkey meat.
They went to the Serengeti. They went to a freaking, you know, Ghana, and like all these other places. And my dad was like, I get like it's a lot, y'all. Like, I mean,
yeah, I don't want no culture shock. I would definitely never go to India. I heard that India is the hardest place for an American to go as a tourist.
Thailand is kind of cool. They love the Americans there.
Yeah, Thailand's pretty cool.
Very inexpensive too.
I might go to Taiwan, you know. I might go to Tokyo. I'll fuck with Tokyo, you know.
Hong Kong's not bad. My dad lived there.
Hong Kong. I'll fuck with Hong Kong.
My dad lived there for a couple months when I was in middle school, and Hong Kong's not bad. Like, it's a great place. And Beijing's not bad either. Like, I don't know why people give China so much smoke. Like, Chinese
people smoke. The air pollution is off the charts.
Well, I mean, I get the air pollution issue, but like Chinese people are so nice. Like, they're so respectful. You know, like anytime they come to the country, like they're very friendly, and you know, I just feel like they get a lot of negative smoke for no reason.
I didn't even like it when I went to Paris, and I thought I would love Paris.
Paris is an Arab Palestinian petting zoo. Like it's literally like Paris. Paris is going to be the Islamic country of France in like 2 years, tops.
I couldn't fuck with Paris. It was cool because they were showing me a lot of love as a Black American, and I guess there's just a history of that since World War II. And when I told somebody, "Oh, I'm out here visiting from Brooklyn," they were like, "Oh, we're buying all your drinks tonight. You're gonna have a great time." They even tried to like push a 16-year-old girl to my face, and they were like, "Yo, you should have, you know, make love to her." And I'm like, "No, in America we don't do 16. Do you have a 25-year-old?" I was about 22 at the time, and I was like, "Okay, even this, like, I can't fuck with Paris." Like, it was cool. It's like a small ass city. You can walk the whole shit in one day, but I like the food. The food is good. I love the chefs and all of that, but that shit is ghetto. It's ghetto outside of like the Champs-Elysees and all of that. Outside of that,
see what I mean?
And all of that, it's ghetto as fuck. And I was like,
see what I mean? See what I mean?
Ghetto.
And so, you know what's really crazy? Somebody that made a beach recommendation, or you know, I made a beach recommendation towards that person in traveling in California. So my uncle used to live down at that beach, and for some reason he just decided that him and his wife wanted to move to Italy and France, and now they're living in a Palestinian petting zoo. Like it's like their whole entire country has been invaded. Like it's so crazy that people are not talking about this.
Yeah. And everyone that I met in Paris who was Black around my age, I was like, okay, so what do you do for a living? Now, here's what I'll give you about Paris and what I love about France. Everybody is like a philosopher. Everyone you speak to, like, is a philosopher. And I was talking to a chick that I met there, like, at the bar, whatever. They only have Jack Daniels available as American liquor. And she was like, "Oh, I work at Disneyland part time," and I was like, "God damn, you don't have a better job than that?" But at the same time, she was like, the only reason, like, she was trying to psychoanalyze me at the bar, and I was like, God damn, like, this bitch is intelligent, like, she knows philosophy, and she's trying to like put me on the Freudian couch while we're talking over drinks and we just met. And you can't find that in America, because bitches in America be like, I'm horny, I wanna fuck, you ready to fuck? And that's how bitches are in America when you like drinking at a bar. But broads in Paris, even the black girls, like Senegalese girls, like whatever, they're like, so did your mother, did she talk to you about Plato? And I'm like, nah, she never said no shit about that. She talked to me about Jesus. Well, you have to investigate that. And then we fucked. And I was like, God damn, these Parisian bitches is on when it comes to the philosophy. But they broke as fuck because they got socialized everything out there. So they don't even have ambition. They're just like, yeah, I can work at Disneyland for the rest of my life, I guess. Or I can be a waiter for the rest of my life, I guess. But they're philosophical waitresses in Paris, and that's dope. But they ain't trying to make six figures for no reason. They don't even want to make six figures. They think money is evil.
So, where have you guys been that you went, for work or tourism, right? Whatever it was.
I've only been to two.
Yeah,